with the circumstances, everything got to be sped up, and that's great. You know, I like pressure in life. I'm just excited for everything. So I feel like I'm the guy. I know I'm the guy, but, you know, you just have to be able to see. The game got to speak.
Coach Swap, a new show coming to ABC.
Kev Swap. Think about it. We just go around swapping Kevins.
I'm trying to think of other Kevins I wanted. There's not good Kevins that popped up.
Kevin from Home Alone? Yeah? Bet you he grew up to be a little psychopath.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and it is a hump day as we get you ready for Shadore Sanders' first NFL start. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Who today is dressed like the lead singer of a Christian rock band circa 2003. Jars of Clay, indeed. That's a different band. Maybe Lifehouse. Oh, Lifehouse. Big Lifehouse guy. Mac Robinson. We got Jake Murren doing the I almost said 2020s. We got Jake Murren on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Don't be afraid to hit the like button there. Also doing the producing. Matt Corelli giving us the 2020s as well. Hi, JP.
Hello, how are you today?
I am very, very blissfully sitting at the epicenter of the sports civil war caused because Shadore Sanders has a social media presence. I'm just enjoying it. Aren't we all enjoying it? Aren't we all bathed in crap right now?
Yeah, it really felt like Baskin and Phelps are enjoying it today.
I mean, see, that's, guys, you know, the you know what has hit the fan when Jeff and Andy just go 12 rounds with each other on anything that isn't lunch from yours truly.
There was like 75 lines that made me crack up in there. We just disagree on our thought process, as Jeff Phelps seemed about as angry as I've ever seen him look. Oh, you can see him. He is boiling in the video. It's great.
You know what was great about that is I didn't think when Dan Mennigan and him were arguing about J.J. Bleday potentially being a Cleveland Guardian.
That's a bad argument, by the way.
I thought that was as mad as you could get Jeff Phelps. And then I saw an hour later, and I was like, wow, we've got two topics in the same day that has Jeff Phelps ready to fight. I'm here for it.
And it's a good measuring stick for where we're at right now. When the two of them are going after it in ways that we just don't see them go after it, we know that we've done something here.
I just will say, I do feel like I'm taking crazy pills some days. Is that right? Just observing the general conversation about Shadore Sanders.
Welcome to my world. This has been 9 months of this for me. It's for 9 months I've woke up feeling like I'm taking crazy pills around the topic.
So what's crazy is I'm Switzerland. Like, you have some level of bias on it, which is fine, by the way, because you've been a Shadore supporter from day one. Mm-hmm. But I listened to the Morning Boys today, and I listened to Jeff and Andy, and I've listened to everybody talk about it. I listened to Mary Kay on the Brown and Orange podcast, and it was like, we're really just arguing at air. We're not really even arguing with each other anymore.
Well, we're trying to have the problem in the discussion right now is too many people are trying to have arguments that aren't in good faith. Like, there's no argument you can make that a half of a game of football proved or disproved anything that you believed prior. And so, like, that's the part where I feel like it's tough. Like, in today's day and age, they want you to have takes, they want you to have opinions, they want you to have these big declarative statements right away, and it just doesn't work that way for someone that had made their NFL debut in that type of situation, in that context.
I think that's like it's so funny. Like, I don't think there's a lot of sides to the Shadore expectation, right? Because there is the Shahive that says he's going to wake the world up on Sunday. Other than that, I think a fair amount of people are like, well, he's a fifth-round pick, and he played poorly on Sunday, so it's probably not going to look great. Like, I didn't even argue whether I thought it was going to be good or bad, because I think it's immaterial. I think the thing I'm hoping for is that it's interesting, that it's exciting, because that's one thing it hasn't been. I haven't gotten, listen.
And it was for the second half of that game.
Yes, it was absolutely interesting. There were points where it was very bad interesting, and points it was pretty interesting otherwise. But, like, if this is what the conversation is on a Wednesday, God help us whatever happens on Monday, or whatever happens on Sunday. Because Monday, I remember.
Oh no, but it's proven. It's proven. There's no rational conversation to be had next to any of it. And on top of it, it feels like everyone's already made up their mind anyway. So even if Shadore looks good, what's the conversation then? Well, he didn't look good in that half of football, so we're doing the preseason football games all over again. Looked good in the Carolina game, but what happened in that Rams game? And then it becomes a story of what? inconsistency around Shadore? Is that going to be the story on Monday for these people?
I just think what kills me about it is we're just not there. Like, I just, like, the idea that no matter what happens on Sunday, it's why I teased you about you kind of jokingly say, I'm back on the eye test game, because it's like, that is how everyone's going to handle Sunday.
Well, that was a joke in and of itself.
No, it was.
But
it was. But what
kind of alarmed me that I didn't think you got that right away.
I think the reason is that I'm looking at this game on Sunday and thinking,
I have my scouting hat, guys, on. It says Scout right on it.
It does. I mean, the hat doesn't lie.
The hat would never lie.
They don't sell the hat that says Scout to just any non-Scout. All right? We don't live in a country where lying is possible.
You can't just get those things.
No, you can't have them made.
So I put that on. When I want to scout, I put my scouting hat on and we get after it.
Yeah, Judah Friedlander, who's a comedian, who his whole gimmick is he has hats with different sayings on it or different expressions that he makes. They have to be true.
He didn't just find a lids one day.
Nope.
You earn those hats.
Nope, absolutely.
And also, then you earn what your gut tells you to.
That's true.
That's a part of this. What your gut tells you.
What I think is evident, and we're not even. I mean, we're officially now halfway through the week, but we're just getting into this show. Is that Shadore haters will make the best out of what Shadore does on Sunday. Will make the worst out of it. The Shahive will make the best of it. Mm-hmm. And there's going to be like three people, but potentially I'm one of them in the middle, being like, this is what happened. And then everyone's going to yell at me, which I don't care about because I just don't listen to it. But like, I do.
Well, no, that part of it doesn't really matter either, because it doesn't matter what side you're on. You get told what side you're on anyway.
Oh, that's true. But
the amount of people that in the previous 24 hours have online told me that I think something that I don't is astounding to me. And so it's like we don't even have a chance in this. I've given up on that. People are just going to think whatever they want to think. They're not even taking any of it in.
All right. So what you're saying actually is very freeing, because I just don't care. I just don't. I cannot care about the hoopla around Shadore because I really only care about the football. As of right now, he's the starting quarterback in the same way that when Dylan took over, a guy that I had no belief in. I might have 10% belief in Shadore as opposed to what you'd have in like the first pick in the draft. I might have 10% belief in Shadore. Mm-hmm. I got no belief in Dylan. Still wanted him to succeed that first game. Still gave him his flowers when he was slightly better than Joe Flacco.
He's still the Browns quarterback. Like, there's a part of that you should still always root for.
But it doesn't feel like that's going to be possible for 80% of the people having conversations about Shadore. I think you will, and I think I will.
Yeah.
Because I think we both were guys who've been conflated with being Shadore honks.
And by the way, the entire stretch of this, Nick, what have I always told people? I just need to see more games. Like, we hadn't been able to change my mind because we hadn't seen any games. Once we start seeing games, and once this thing starts going, then we have more evidence to go off of. Who knows where this thing ends up going? If it looks anything like the first half last week, it's not going to be a pretty Monday for myself coming in here, but that's the reality of it.
Now, I will say the NFL industrial complex, the NFL media machine, after listening to Albert speak yesterday and take a victory lap on a half of football, I don't know what this kid did. I don't know who he slept with. I don't know whose dad he kicked the cane out from under and he fell tumbling into the streets of Indianapolis.
How many media meetings did he not attend?
And by the way, everything Albert's hearing is what people think.
How many people's grandpa put a bounty on Shadore's dad? I don't know. I don't know these answers. It seems like a lot, though, apparently.
But we can probably get at least one of those answers at 5:20 when Ross Tucker joins us.
People have done that, apparently.
But it was just like this idea of there's so many people waiting to tell you, I told you so for Shadore. And it's like, I honestly, to rebut what Albert said, where Albert was like, to me, it's like Tebow mania. I honestly have never seen the NFL as a whole root against a kid in the way that they're rooting against Shadore.
Yeah.
It is the damnedest thing. And honestly, from that side of things, the Shahive is right. There are so many well-connected people that have just gotten together and think that this kid is like hiding the cure for cancer and he's just refusing to give it out. That's the way they talk about it.
There's just a lot that feels so unnecessary around the discourse. And that's the other part of this, is that I feel like people like Albert are tired of the conversations and they're tired of just even talking about Shadore, yet they're the ones that are consistently bringing up it as well. And so you are just as guilty, the people in the anti-Shadore camp, for keep bringing it up than the people that are in the Shadore camp.
I might have to be making, at some point today, I might decide to switch from Switzerland to one side or the other. I think it's getting really tough to be Switzerland in a world where it doesn't matter what you believe. people are just going to have screaming arguments about it anyways. I mean, honestly.
Okay, I'm curious to find out what you do.
Even with Love, like Ken yesterday, I don't know where Ken got any of the tweets that he sent to us about videos we had out there.
I don't know either.
I did. I
completely missed it.
I didn't hear it this morning, so I didn't hear like an extension of that. So the stuff that he said this morning didn't seem to be related to that. But like in the moment, I'm like, what are we seeing here? Because I remember what I said in that segment. I don't remember what you said in that segment.
I know.
But again, like that's not a criticism of Ken. But that's the conversation.
But
now.
it is in a way, because it's like the idea that if Ken can't even get the conversation right, how do I expect other people to get the conversation right? Ken's been doing this for a long time. He knows how to listen to what exactly we're saying, what we're not saying. If he's getting the message blurred into what is actually being put out there, then how am I supposed to expect anybody to have the message received correctly?
So Shadore officially named the starter for the Raiders game, and you have a win-win. Is that what I'm understanding?
I think it is a win-win in many ways, and I think parts of the fan base will walk away with a win on Sunday. I'm not saying it's going to just have everybody, this is awesome, this is great, but there's going to be certain pockets of the fan base that is going to feel like it's a win no matter what happens. If they lose the game, the win is attached to the idea that you got better draft positioning. So there will be a whole segment of Browns Twitter, social media, all that stuff that is like, well, at least they did the job. Shadore didn't look good, but they got the job done. You're one step closer to a number one pick and a quarterback. The other side of this is if Shadore looks good. And then obviously that's you got a quarterback that looks good in the midst of having one of the worst offensive lines in the sport, wide receivers that don't really know what they're doing, and him looking awesome. So you might have something there. It is a win-win vantage point.
I almost feel like I want everyone in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat looking at all you guys there, the usual suspects, Bonjour Bob, we got Frank, we got Coinlitos. What'd you say?
TB12 still hanging around there?
TB12 forever.
I like
Raul
that guy.
Havana.
I like that guy. He really goes for it, doesn't he?
Oh, my gosh. There's so many. I think, oh, my gosh. I'm forgetting the name because it's not right in front of me. The point is.
Jim.
Yeah, them too.
Yeah.
And everybody who's going to be tweeting at us during the show, at Nick Wilson says, and at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
You got really quiet for your Twitter handle.
I almost think everybody just has to go on the record and say, my name is blank, and I am a Shahader or I am a supporter. I'm a member of the Shahive. I almost need that.
I know, but it does feel like if you're going to, and like, I don't know what you're going to do. You haven't told me if you're going to become part of the Hive or become a hater. I'm not sure. But becoming a member of the Hive now, I think that's a bold play. I like it. I'll appreciate it. I like that you're going down this road, if this is the road that you go down. But it does kind of feel like the lowest amount of time to buy into it. And so it's like, I think it'd be appreciated by the Hive. I think you'll earn you'll earn like 3x points of being trying to indoctrinate into this if you actually choose coming into the Hive.
All I'm going to say is I think everybody should just be out on the record. We should have tweets about it. There should be a paper trail. There should be like a list.
Yeah. I thought we were at max capacity is what I'm trying to say here. I thought the Hive was at max capacity. There weren't many people really knocking down the door to be like, after that game, I want to come in now. I want to find my way into the Hive. But kind of like playing in Squid Games, the one game where you got a closed door with enough people in there.
With squids?
No. That's people. It's a real thing.
Oh, okay.
How you have not paid attention to that in any sort of way is amazing.
But when
to
do
me.
the squids come in?
They don't come in. It's people.
Okay, but they're games
people.
for squids.
Yeah, it's not a great name.
Okay.
They need to work on the naming of this.
Okay.
People games, I heard, didn't have the same ring to it.
They just sit around like eat calamari? Is that what it is?
No, I'd
play that game.
That's just me on a Thursday.
Yeah.
But like that game will open the door for you. We'll kick the door open. We'll let you in.
216-474-0092. Weeks ago, we gave everyone a chance. If you're a Gabriel Gobbler, say it out loud and say it proud. Today, I ask, if you're going to call in the show, if you're going to tweet at the show, the first thing I need to know is, are you a Shadore hater or are you a Shadore supporter? 216-474-0092. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com at 3:20 as she joins us every single Wednesday at 3:20. John Fanta, little surprise here, John. Cleveland's own NBC Sports at 4 o'clock today. Ross Tucker. Many have accused him of being a Shahader. Well, he joins us at 5:20. He's going to be on the Browns-Raiders call this Sunday. It's a 4 o'clock game because we sure needed another one of those. We'll get to Ross at 5:20, but 216-474-0092. JP says this is a win-win for Browns fans. Does this game feel like a win-win for Cleveland Browns fans and further proof that the Shadore discourse is tearing apart this city? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Ken Carman and Anthony Lima are hitting the road along with 92.3 The Fan for a special charitable event benefiting shoes and clothes for kids. All listeners invited to join us Friday, November 21st at the brand new Bomber Sports Cards located at 203 East Royalton Road in Broadview Heights, 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock for a special edition of the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies. Come out and meet 92.3 The Fan. Enjoy lunch from Donato's. Admission completely free, of course, and shoes and clothes for kids will be on site collecting new socks and donations for those in need. Be on site for your chance, okay? You can win a $250 shopping spree right from Bomber Sports Cards. It's 92.3 The Fan's Shoes and Clothes for Kids event with Fat and Skinny Friday, November 21st at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
Quick hits coming up in 20 minutes. We are I just want to know, for the records, are you a Shadore hater or are you a Shadore apologist? Because we have further proof that the Shadore discourse is tearing apart this city. Cleveland sports dads, the midday boys. We used to call them Cleveland talking heads. I don't know when we stopped that or why we stopped that.
We wait any longer, they're going to be Cleveland sports granddads.
That was Jonathan Peterlin that said that, Andy.
What?
And,
they'd be so blessed. They'd be so blessed. Their kids are getting older. It's a great. I think you wait all life to become a grandpa. Do you not?
You keep selling. I don't know they're buying, but you keep selling.
Yeah, it happens.
These things, occupational hazard.
It comes with the territory.
Now, Cleveland sports grandpas were fighting today over Shadore Sanders and whether or not he gave them a chance to win this last Sunday.
He gave you the opportunity to go, oh, my God, he's got a chance. That's all I'm asking for.
He was 2 of 7 on the final drive.
I don't care. What I care about
I know.
is...
I think you're misguided on this.
I think you're wrong.
I think you're wrong. So
okay.
There you go.
Okay, well, then we're even on that.
Not much more we can say about that one.
Do I think he's a great quarterback? I don't know. He's only played two quarters.
I just think your thought process is completely off on this.
I think you're totally wrong when a guy has a chance to put the ball in the end zone and they have a chance to score. Really matter
you're
what
patting him on the back like he accomplished something. He didn't accomplish squat.
What are you
he
talking
accomplished
about?
One of the most historically bad debuts in NFL history.
Did
phenomenal,
the Browns have a chance to win? That's all I'm asking.
No.
Did they? You're wrong.
No,
You're
they
just
didn't
wrong.
they didn't make a big play.
If you guys haven't seen the full videos, there are multiple ones up there on 92.3 The Fans.
Phelps is red as a tomato can.
He really was.
Genuinely mad. We've known Phelps for so long, and you can tell, when he's mad. He was genuinely mad.
It's funny because, and these are the best fights that you have on radio because there's a kernel of truth in what both guys are saying. And I can see if you agree with either side. I actually happen to agree with both. Like, I think Shadore was really bad on Sunday. I don't think any of us have I have not heard one person actually say, I played great. Right? I haven't heard one person say it.
How could you?
Yes, but
you can't.
I also think, the fan and play alone gave you a chance to get back into that game. That's a huge throw.
That last drive was competitive in many ways, as it was. The moment that you make that throw to Larvidan in the corner, that solidifies the idea that, yes, I agree with Baskin on that. You had a chance to score. In that moment, you had a chance to score.
Well, and I think both things being true does matter.
You hate saying it, but it's okay.
Just because we all say it so much, and,
Yeah, but I feel like we don't say it as much. Now, since you made that declarative statement on it, I feel like we haven't been saying it.
But I do, But both can be true. I think at the heart of their conversation is the point that I've tried to make, where it's like, guys, I think this game, unless he throws for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns and they win by 2 tutties, or he throws for 100 yards, gets sacked 7 times, 3, 4, 5 turnovers, unless he goes full Peterman or
Nathan
Peterman. I'm not making an old Peterlin joke, or full Pat Mahomes. I think we're just going to be having the same fights on Monday.
Yeah, probably, but at least we'll have more to go off of. I feel better about it once we take on a bad Raiders team. And listen, the end result might just end up being you have a really bad offensive line. And I went back and I watched Our buddy Chase Daniel. I don't know.
Our VP of programming?
Chase Daniels.
Diana.
Diana, what are we doing?
First off, I think I might like Chase Daniels.
Jonathan, what are we doing?
Not since Missouri have I liked Chase Daniels, okay? And I was even like, it might be a good guess for this week. Everyone's hot on Chase Daniels right now. Might be a good idea.
What do you like about him, Jonathan?
His breakdown. Did you watch his breakdown at all? He had like a 20-minute breakdown of every throw that Shadore made, and he went into great detail on it. And yes, did it make someone like myself feel better about the situation? Yes, it did. But he pointed out all the different ways that our wide receivers let Shadore down, all the different ways. Jerome Ford, even in just picking up basically just anybody that was coming anywhere close to Shadore, it felt like every other play, Jerome Ford, who's supposed to be good at protection, was just diving out of the way to not block that player. And there were so many ways that this can get cleaned up, but maybe, just maybe, with the wide receivers that Chase kept pointing out running the wrong routes, and how at times you'd have bunches, you'd have 3 different wide receivers all in the same area doing absolutely nothing to help out Shadore. Maybe, just maybe, nobody could have overcome this, and maybe that's the conclusion we have to get to when this is all said and done.
How does that make you feel better?
It's not how this works. Well, it's just not how this works. And so, there's the context that will always be missed in the Shadore discussion when it's not me and you have 5 hours, 5 days a week to figure it out, is going to be the idea that you have one of the worst offensive lines. You got wide receivers that aren't helping out anything, and even in that game, had a million different points that we can reference to where they did not help them out at all. You have penalties that erased the one first down completely in that first drive, and it just feels like that's not good enough for people because people don't want the context attached to it, but I think the context is going to be important in the big picture.
Well, but I do think even there, I continue to hear this conversation about, well, how much does 1 week of practice make? And it's like, well, if you're setting the kid up to look like a completely different quarterback, that's not fair, right? Again, when Dylan came in, we set our expectations low. Be better than Joe Flacco. Be functional. Yeah. And for that Minnesota game, they were functional. Quinshon Judkins had a good game. They did some good stuff, even though Dylan didn't pass the ball down the field. It's really been since the Pittsburgh game on that it's just been, I don't know what anyone sees in this kid, right?
Sure, yeah, sure.
But as soon as the NFL gets tape on him, all of a sudden it looks different.
So it's funny.
I don't expect Shadore to look night and day different. I expect him to look tangibly better, or marginally better.
Well, but that's funny how that's part of the test for people, where it's don't run backwards essentially, and then people will be pleased. It's interesting how that works. I brought up Justin Herbert a lot this week, but I think it's bear repeating. Slater and Alt are out, and then he throws for 80 yards, and everyone's like, well, it's not his fault. He doesn't have an offensive line. Mm-hmm. But did he look like he had a clue? And throughout his entire time when he's lacked an offensive line, it's did he look like he had a clue? 80-yard game, pretty bad game, all things considered, by Justin Herbert. But he looks the part, and I feel like for a lot of people, that's where maybe Sunday left him a little less than satisfied with Shadore, is that he had too many of those mistakes, where even with a bad offensive line, he didn't necessarily look the part. And so how much of Sunday is the production versus him just looking like he belongs, looking like an NFL quarterback should? I think that part is really interesting as well.
I think for people who have already decided this kid is hype, or this kid is this, that, or the other, or who are still displeased that he didn't kowtow to every team in the NFL in his pre-draft process, whatever it is that they're against, it's not enough to have a good stat line. It really isn't. I think he's going to have to, if that kid even has one back to the defense kind of moment, they're going to point to that.
I know, which is amazing, because Caleb Williams spent his whole first season doing that, and nobody brings it up. It's one of those things where this is his story. Part of his story, Nick, is the idea he doesn't get the same passes as everybody else. He doesn't get treated the same way as everybody else, and so Shadore knows that, and I think he understands that. And going into this week, I think here's where we always talked about how he wouldn't have pressure, because his whole life has been pressure. How you don't have a mountain of pressure on yourself, understanding that this game right here, this Raiders game, might be your only legitimate chance to show people what you can do. And if you fall short of that, that might take you years to recover from that. Whereas other people, it wouldn't be the end all be all.
Well, those other people are also first round picks. That is the what I think is a fair rebuttal to the idea.
For sure, there's more invested on these other teams. I understand that, I get that, but it still is into the discussion that Shadore, because of the 5th round, because of everything attached to the 5th round, and then obviously the other circumstances, he doesn't have the same luxuries as other people. He doesn't have the same luxury as other quarterbacks. And that's, again, this is all, I'm not saying this is even something that that necessarily is a big problem within himself or anything like. He didn't cause a lot of this, but the reality is, and his reality is that he doesn't have a long runway like some other players do, and it will take years to rewrite this if Sunday goes bad.
216-474-0092. Does Shadore get credit for putting the Browns in a position to win or tie the game on Sunday, or does what matter more the stat line and how bad, quote unquote, it looked? I do love our midday show getting in on this. Ben in Garfield Heights, real quick. I need you to acknowledge: are you a Shah-hater or are you a Shah-supporter?
I'm a Shah-hater. I'm sorry, guys. He looked like he was playing backyard football out there, and if you looked at his eyes, that kid looked scared. I felt bad for him. It's clear he has no clue what is going on, but I do have a solution.
Okay.
All those flavors, and you choose salty.
I'm sorry, guys, but I really think this kid needs to go to a team that's got a really good quarterback situation, such as Kansas City or Baltimore, learn there for a couple of years, get comfortable in offense. As of right now, with the way he looked, not only Sunday, but in the preseason against the Rams, he has no clue what's going on out there. That was nothing but playground football.
Did you like the week before in the preseason, that game?
I acknowledge he played pretty well there, but I think, like you guys have said, defensive coordinators picked up on what he was doing and his tendencies, and he just has looked like just deer in the headlights the last few times we've seen him. He's not. This is not the right team for him. He may turn out to be great, and they cannot bring him back because this is not going to get any better while he's here. He needs to learn under a bona fide quarterback for a couple of years. There's no doubt in my mind that on Sunday, this kid's going to be running for his life.
Ben, we appreciate your honesty. We appreciate the call.
Ben. Thank you, Ben.
It was one half of football.
That's all.
And with no once. Again, I'm not expecting him to look like Warren Moon circa 1987 on Sunday, but I'm also like, should you expect him to look at least a modicum better than what he looked like?
Well, he's got to. He's going to look better than you would imagine. If he doesn't, then
there's your answer.
There's your answer. But the point is that Shadore himself talked about it, and Shadore himself today said how he felt that basically, I'm paraphrasing, but the game was really fast in the very, very beginning, and then he watched and he felt as comfortable as he's ever felt in the latter parts, in the late part of the game, in the part of the game where, by the way, we all collectively thought that he looked a lot better and got more comfortable. I think there's a lot of the NFL that you can't prepare yourself for, and yeah, did it take him a quarter and a half to go ahead and maybe get used to how fast it was and how much faster it is than, let's say, the scout team? Yeah, it did. And then he told you he looked his best. He thought he felt his best, and the confidence that he exuded afterwards tells me it's not going to be a problem.
All right, I'm making the list. I'm checking it twice. Haters, Ben in Garfield, not number one hater, literally.
He's the number one hater.
But he's the first person to say it on record. He is a Shah-hater. Supporters. Again, you've got multiple ways of getting to us. Let us know. And Nick Wilson says at Jay Peterlin on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat. So when we talk on Monday, I want to have a definitive list here of people who have shown their allegiances so we can keep this straight. If he plays poorly or if he plays well, 216-474-0092. Does Shadore get credit for putting the Browns in a position to win this last Sunday? And Shadore has a message for Browns fans. You're going to hear that in about 5 minutes to start on Quick Hits on 92.3 The Fan.
season opener this year between the Yankees and the Giants, along with the Home Run Derby. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? We'll get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we got plenty of calls ready to announce themselves as a Shahader or a supporter, as it were. So what we're going to do is we're going to take your call. Because we got quick hits here, we can't do like a 2-minute call. We're gonna ask you for your name. We're gonna say, are you we want to hear whether you're a supporter.
See, now you got it messed up. You see,
harder to say.
Well, Jake put it in the comments wrong. Yep. And so then,
me up.
And I was hoping that maybe this segment would help him figure it out that it's just supporter.
Yep,
is what you've gone with.
Yep,
it's a little wordy. It is.
Yeah, it is. It's not. It's clunky.
Yeah, and I don't know. I kind of like maybe supporter. The problem with that is it just sounds like the long lost Michael Porter brother or something like that.
That's
you know
fair.
what I mean?
So okay, the Shahader's work. What should we call it? Shapologist?
No, that has a negative connotation to it.
I tried.
Yeah. All right. We'll stick with supporter. It's a little mouthy.
We keep doing it. All right. So but give you 15 to 20 seconds.
We settled on that, right? Supporter.
Supporter. Yes.
Yeah.
So we want to know which side you're on and why in about 15 seconds. Let's go with Dwayne in Dallas. Which side are you on and why your 15 seconds are on?
All right. I'm a supporter. And I just want to say I'm a supporter because I sat and watched 60 minutes of Dylan Gabriel losing to the Jets special teams, bro. I will gladly sit Sunday and watch Shadore in his first game with 4 week of practice reps. See what he can do, bro.
All right, there we go. We got your 15 seconds there. Let's go with
45.
Let's go Dylan in Cleveland. Which side are you on and why? Your 15 seconds start now.
Shahader, he's done nothing in college. I wish him the best. I hope he does well, but he's shown no side of it. It doesn't matter what quarterback you put there, Dylan, Joe, Shadore, they're going to suck. There's no weapons. There's no O-line.
All right, there's our 15 seconds.
Okay.
He's an OG Shahader, right? He did nothing in college.
Was at least, but that was at least a nice spin on it, though, in the idea that it's like nobody could have had success here.
Let's go with Brandy. Which side are you on? Your 15 seconds begins now.
Brandy.
Hi, I am a supporter.
And why?
Yes, I am a supporter because Shadore has had a hard time since the draft. And I just don't like it. I don't appreciate it. And so that makes me support him even more. So the crazier that the Cleveland fans get about Shadore is the crazier I'm going to get about Shadore.
We like that. We really like that. All right, your 15 seconds are up there. Les in Cleveland, are you a Shahader or are you a supporter?
I am a lover.
A lover.
Well, congrats to you, sir.
Yes, you are. We still talking football?
All right. Listen.
By the way, they all decided it was supporter.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think the people spoke. None of them said supporter. They all said supporter.
Yeah. All right. Ryan in Akron, real quick, buddy. Here's your 15 seconds. Are you a supporter or Shahader?
Supporter, but can we call it Shasiah because he's going to be the Browns' Messiah?
Oh, we're talking.
And one thing, I want to give you a difference maker guarantee. Browns win Sunday, baby.
All right. We love
our guarantees.
You flew very close to the sun there.
Yeah, you did.
But we do love that. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry! It's Quick Hits.
I can't get over Les saying he's a lover. I don't think he was talking about Shadore Sanders.
He just wanted to tell us he's having a good time in life. That's all.
I think just in his golden years, he is getting down to clown, and you know what? I'm not here to hate it. Shadore Sanders' first press conference starting for the Browns was today, and he had a message for Browns fans.
I know our fans have a lot of expectations and hope. I would be doing a disservice to myself and disservice to the organization if I didn't feel like I am the guy. I did everything I need to. I'm doing everything I need to prepare to be the best version of myself as possible. With the circumstances, everything got to be sped up, and that's great. I like pressure in life. I'm just excited for everything. So, I feel like I'm the guy. I know I'm the guy, but, you just have to be able to see. The game got to speak.
All right, so with that, I'm asking the number one supporter in Cleveland sports talk history.
Sure.
How quickly would Browns fans unite around Shadore if he plays reasonably well in a Browns win on Sunday?
I mean, we got more supporters than deniers right now, according to the list. At least you're making on the side, right?
That is true. We've got three. It's 3 to 5.
Want this. The nice thing, and what I've seen in the past couple days, is that even if you don't believe in Shadore's talents or whatever, you want this for Shadore, and you want this for the Browns, and so there is something nice. There's a rootability across all sides here that even if you're a hater, I think you just want him to do well. Even
listen. We love Baker Mayfield when he was playing well. Then we got annoyed with him when he wasn't playing well. So the reality is, all of the shenoys, as it were, will go the way of the dodo if he just plays reasonably well. And if you play poorly but you win, I don't think it's gonna unite people. But if he plays reasonably well and they win, I think people are gonna fall in line real quick. And all of a sudden, several of these haters will suddenly sneak across the aisle there.
All right, we have from The Athletic, we have the new MLB media rights deals.
Been waiting on this one.
Yeah, well, ESPN has finalized the acquisition of MLB.TV. There's some things attached to that, obviously, but the important part for Guardians fans is that ESPN is going to have the in-market rights to the Guardians, the Padres, the Twins, the Diamondbacks, the Rockies, the Mariners, but most importantly, the Guardians. So I don't know yet exactly what this means, but if you can infer anything from this, that means ESPN will have the rights to the local broadcast.
That's good. I was worried about ESPN. I always worried, do they have enough money? Are they going to have to cut everybody's jobs again? I really worry about ESPN.
So the good thing about this is that at least it's going to be a product that is not lackluster in production or lackluster in value or anything like that. Like ESPN, as faulty as they are in many things, they do put on live sports at a really high rate. And so we know this is not going to be a double-A broadcast.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is...
it might be annoying, though, if you don't like ESPN's graphics and stuff like that, though.
I think, to me, it's like, okay, are we bringing the team back? I think not only are the original trio, Rick, Matt, and Andre, great at what they do...
I'm assuming they are, but I don't know that.
Our guy, Chris Jimenez, I mean, they've really done a good job. The Guardians have of bringing additional analysts into it, where you really are getting robust coverage here. As long as as long as they're not breaking that up, and I don't have to... It's some ESPN, some bland ESPN guy randomly broadcasting
games. So the other side of this, because obviously they're not going to air all of these 6 teams on like another additional ESPN, the 12 or something. It'll probably be like part of the ESPN Plus package, I would imagine. And if it's not, maybe it's an offshoot of that.
So one of the things that I saw, and I think it was speculation, is that you still will get it for the same price point you did last year. But that just comes with
but that's separate from, again, the MLB.TV part of this is separate as well. I don't know. I paid through cable last year. How does this affect me? Is basically what I want to know.
I don't think it will.
And I don't think it will at all. I think because I have access to all the ESPN stuff, we should just be in the clear.
I believe you're correct.
And that's good.
Sicko Ryan Day continues as he made a point of saying what he studies in his press conferences this week.
Well, I think eyes lead to the soul, man. You look at someone's eyes, you know exactly what's going on. That mindset starts with how you look. Someone told me that, and I agree with it. So you can tell exactly what you're dealing with when you look somebody in the eye. I watch a sideline, I watch the TV copies, I watch everything just to see what the look in everybody's eye is. And I think when you look at our guys, there's a certain business about them, and that's the way we're going to play the game.
I'll ask you again. Are you all in on Sicko Ryan Day?
Well, now he just tells by the eye. I go by the gut. I go by my eye test as well.
Oh, you
I put
my
scouting hat on that says Scout on it. I think me and Ryan Day, both known football guys, eye test passes here. Eye test passes.
I think you're going to see... listen, a lot of people came around after the national championship with Ryan Day. Fair enough. If they just go and they play Michigan this year in 2 weeks, if they beat them by like 21, we're talking like the Urban Meyer crap kickings that we got, Jim Tressel at the end, where they were just hammering Michigan, and Michigan looked like they had no hope in some of those games. If you get one of those... Man, the Ryan Day, especially if they win another title, Oh, the Ryan Day legacy train will be, well, not just left the station, will be flying down the tracks at a bazillion miles an hour.
I'm now at the spot where I feel like the expectation is a blowout, and I don't like that. I like Albert's thing. Well, I hate it because last year I was so dead wrong as 21-point favorites, and Ryan Day made us all look like idiots, but made me look like a big-time idiot, and so I hated that. But yeah, now Albert got me pumped up. Now I'm ready to see him win by 50.
I am, but my point is just win, right? I think the first time that he wins against Michigan in a long time, we should just be happy that he wins no matter how it happens.
Let's run up that score, Ryan Day.
That's right.
Giants rookie Abdul Carter denies reports that he slept through a walkthrough prior to being benched for the start of the Packers game. Mike Kafka ended up benching him, something that apparently had been going on for a while. He denies this, by the way. He says he was getting recovery. Other people have leaked out and said, no, it's been happening for a while. Brian Daboll was the one that didn't really punish him. I don't bring this up to bring up other picks necessarily around number 2 overall, but if we're going down that exercise, Abdul Carter has half of a sack and a single tackle for loss in 11 games. The early returns on Abdul Carter, not great. Early returns with Travis Hunter. Obviously, he's injured, out for the rest of the season. Not necessarily the greatest either. Do you want to throw Ashton Genty in the mix? We can do that as well if you want to.
Throw Cam Ward, too?
Well, yeah, I mean, Cam Ward was, he went number 1 overall. But yeah, like the point is that the early, I guess we'll just lump this into the big parts of the draft. The top of that draft is turning out to be really not great across the board.
You can make the case that either Will Campbell... No, it's between Will Campbell or Mason Graham in the top 6 that are the best. Ted McMillan takes it if you go to the top 8. But what's interesting is, even Will Campbell, I saw him against Myles Garrett, and he looked like a lost damn soul trying to defend Myles Garrett.
And a lot of people do, and that's going to happen to him. But I find it interesting as more and more people are like, you wanted Shadore at number 2 overall. All right, those people also wanted either one combination of either Shadore, Travis Hunter, or Abdul Carter. Seems like we all got that one wrong, did we not?
I mean, I feel like now you're trying to do the revisionist
seems like
history
we all
thing.
kind of got that one wrong, did we not?
I'm not too crazy for wanting Shadore too, because look at these other schlubs over here.
I just feel like everyone that had a say on number 2 overall got it wrong.
Except for, who did Nick Wilson want if they traded down?
You wanted Abdul Carter, and then you wanted Travis Hunter. Not in a trade down scenario is different, but at number 2 overall.
I don't think I ever. Okay, you guys can tell me. You can tell me. I don't remember saying I really wanted Travis Hunter that much. I remember fighting the perception that he's a unicorn.
We both fought the perception, but there was a little stretch where I thought you hopped on. You were very in Abdul Carter's camp, though.
Oh, no, I was.
That's not even, I mean, we're not going to even attempt to rewrite that. But going back to
last Michigan-Ohio State game, I was very much a Mason Graham guy.
But the amount of people that were like, Abdul Carter, just turn in the card and make it when that's all you need, and he has been an absolute bust in New York to this point. Maybe it changes.
But other than that, it's been a great rookie season, and everybody should feel very excited about that. Judy seems to be over it. I just don't know what it is. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch the preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Ashley Bastock coming up in about 20 minutes here. We continue to take stock of the Shahaders and the Supporters. I think, and it is just easier to say. Supporters is just, there's too many, there's like, you can't have like a comma in there, right?
Yeah, I'm glad we got there.
We landed the plane. I think that's what matters. But I think we should all be a little worried about our guy, Jerry Judy. Yeah. And I want to shout out Jake Murrin for pointing this out to us in the pre-show. We're gonna play a couple of question and answers from Jerry Judy today.
Yeah, let's just check in with the guy.
Just check it in.
See how
again.
he's doing.
He had a couple moments, had a couple catches this last week, had a couple more targets, had a drop or two. Well, Jerry Judy today was asked about Shadore's consistency growing.
What have you seen of Shadore? We don't really get to watch very much practice, and I know he hasn't had first-team reps yet, but what kind of development have you seen in him over these past few months?
He consistently growing.
All right. Okay. So that was there's about a 10-second question from Mary Kay and about a 2-word answer from Jay. Okay, that's just one answer, right? That's just one.
Yeah, maybe he gets wordy here at some point.
I mean, I'm sure Jerry's a very verbose guy. He's one of the leaders in the locker room.
Wouldn't shut up talking about Dylan Gabriel.
Absolutely.
About Dylan.
I mean, some have said, not me, because I don't want to get my ass beat. Some have said he could be a Gabriel gobbler. So here was another question and answer where Jerry Judy was talking about Shadore's last drive.
On that last drive, it looked like he was the most comfortable on that last drive. Did anything change with him at all? Did he feel better? What did you pick up on watching that last drive?
Just having multiple reps.
Okay. That was the okay. All right. Oh, well, no. I mean, those are just
expanded
two.
Now. That was 3 words, right?
So
get multiple reps.
Maybe the next one we could
better
get
than 2.
Maybe this next one where he talks about chemistry with Shadore. Maybe we'll get 4 words.
This is going to be the one.
Is there a way to fast forward the process of trying to develop that timing and chemistry with that new guy?
No, you just need reps.
No, you just need reps. That's 5 words.
Okay, we're getting there.
All right, so 3 questions, and I believe we've got 10 words.
Okay.
And answers?
All right, so we got one more question in this, is that right?
No, I believe those were the only 3 that we pulled out.
That was it. We got 3 questions.
This was the whole media availability was 90 seconds
That was the whole
today.
media availability. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, so what the problem with this is obviously we can unpack this for an hour. But
let's not.
Jerry Judy clearly is pissed.
Yes.
Jerry Judy has now become a broken man, and I'm surprised it took this long. I felt like he was towing the company line. I felt like he was doing everything he needed to do. At 2-8, I think it might be safe to say that Jerry Judy's been broke.
I just want to know what broke him, because the problem is there's going to be half the listening audience that goes, "This is Shadore's fault."
Well, it can't be Shadore's fault. He's just the one that's asked there to go out there and play. And now, is the inference there that Shadore, him just being asked to play, is enough then to break Jerry Judy? Like, what does Jerry Judy know that we don't?
I don't think he does.
Would Lima use this as weaponry to then suggest that Jerry Judy knows that this is going to go terribly and just awfully, and so that's why Jerry Judy is speaking the way that he's speaking?
I think you probably could have. That's a rhetorical question, right?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Yeah, I mean, this is different. And Jerry has been one of the guys leading the charge, don't give up. The Kevin Stefanski has repeatedly called him one of the locker room leaders. I would say this is one of the more concerning things you've heard out of the locker room over the last 14 days.
It's lack thereof. But this was Denver, Jerry Judy. That's what a couple weeks ago, it was so amazing to me, and I made such an important note of it. And we had Ashley on, who's going to join us today, and she kind of got the ball rolling on that thought process of like, man, Jerry Judy he is giving us all sorts of info and nuggets, and he is really speaking so high of Dylan Gabriel. And I remember thinking I was gobsmacked because at a certain point, now yes, it was year 4 in Denver, but at a certain point in Denver, the man just cracked and he just gave up and he just started speaking. He went online and started tweeting all these different things that got him in trouble, and every media appearance seemed like it was a problem, to the point where guys like Mark Schlereth, who know that Jerry Judy has talent, turned on him because he got annoyed with the person more than anything. And then in the year and a half that Jerry has been here, he has been a model citizen. He has been as good as it gets, but 2-8 and then 3 wins last year. At some point, you crack, and it feels like Jerry Judy's cracked today.
Yeah, I think the problem is
he's fed up.
Okay, I don't want to speak in absolutes because, again, we don't 100% know what was behind this. We don't know if Jerry was just having a bad day. I want to give him a lot of outs because Jerry, again, has been a solid citizen since being here, right?
Well, I mean, this is your messaging, though. Like, you make your messages through the media. Same thing we say to Stefanski all the time. Like, you get to direct what you say and how you say it, and then if you don't give us anything, guess what? We get to interpret it whatever way we want. That's part of what this is.
100% fair, but I think my point is, there's a multitude of reasons he could have handled this thing today the way he did. What I can tell you is it's way more concerning than when I hear the defense is frustrated with the offense, because Jerry is on the offensive side of the ball, and whether it's Shadore, the game planning, the fact that they're losing, I don't think either Dylan or Shadore solidify themselves without Jerry Judy. Because the reality is, like, I agree with people who think Cedric Tillman has something. I think he is an NFL wide receiver. I know he can't stay healthy, but, like, he's not a number 1. I don't think that's who he'll be. I think he might be closer to a 2 or a 3, a Muhammad Massaquat kind of wide receiver. So that's not bailing out a young quarterback. There's only one guy who, at his best, has put up fringe number 1 type stats. I don't know that he's a number 1, but has at least put up that kind of stats. And it's Jerry Judy.
Okay, but
the idea that he is in whatever place he's in today, that's not great.
It's not great. Like, what about the 17 total yards between the Dolphins game and the Patriots game told him that he needs to fall in love with Dylan Gabriel? Was it the Jets game alone? Is that all this is? Like, I got enough in the Jets game where he finally targeted me that there was some sort of glimpse of us getting on the same page? Because I got to tell you, Jerry, I think that was just fool's gold is all that was. I think more likely what was going to happen is what had been happening all season long, where the connection between you and Dylan isn't there. But, like, if anybody, like, we're excited to see what Shadore can do. Defense sounded pretty excited, and all the people that spoke today. Denzel Ward was asked about Shadore Sanders for the first 5 questions of their press conference today. They sounded pretty excited to see what Shadore can do. It is alarming that the number 1 wide receiver on this offense didn't give off the impression that he's happy that this is happening. He gave off the impression that he'd rather not be doing the press conference.
So can I give you an alternative reason why we got this from Jerry?
I'd like to hear it.
Maybe he's sick of talking about an offense that completely stinks, and he's one of the faces of it.
Okay, so then he cracked. He's broke.
But I think it's just you can only give the same answers for so many times without a changed result. Maybe he's just waiting for a changed result or the end of the season. Like I think it's the same thing. Like if you're in a committed relationship with somebody and you keep having the same fights. At some point, if the end result doesn't change, you're sick of making the same points. You're sick of the behavior not changing. Again, I don't know I would automatically say this is about Shadore. I think it's just he's hearing the same questions for the last 6 weeks. Again, I'm just trying to provide a devil's advocate on why Jerry might have just been annoyed as hell today. I think maybe he's just ready for something to change on the actual football field.
I mean, it's just a little surprising to me is all.
It is. No, you're right.
You would think this would be the day that he would come out and be like, yeah, I was real excited for Dylan. Loved what we did in the Jets game, but you know what? I'm also really excited to see what Shadore can do. How about us stretching the field a little bit? I mean, is it because he knows that in the play to Larvidan had 4 snaps the entire game, and he was going to Larvidan and wasn't even thinking about Jerry Judy in that play? Because he had a first down play with Shadore. I'm sure that Sanders is going to want to target you. You're not going to be left out of this offense, and you're going to probably have a better chance than you did with Dylan. At least you should. But that was not the energy or excitement of a guy that's like, let's get this thing going.
216-474-0092. Is Jared Judy fed up with the offense? He's definitely fed up. We just don't know what he's fed up with.
I mean, you're not out there getting cardio on Sunday, Jerry. Like, this is the game. Like, this is the game where you get to go ahead and make a new connection with the new quarterback.
I think you're launching a preemptive. I wouldn't. I don't know that I would take this automatically to be about Shadore.
He was so excited 2 weeks ago with Dylan Gabriel. He was over the moon.
Maybe he was overcompensating.
I don't understand it. I'm dying to find out what Ashley's take on it is, but like that's a very, very, you got one shot a week with these guys to speak and give your opinion out there, and you went 3 questions in a minute and a half total. Like I don't love this from Jerry. I don't love this at all.
But I think
Jerry.
It's much more likely that it's about the offense in general than it just has anything to do with Shadore versus Dylan.
And that might be part of it too, but it's like this should be the time you get excited for the offense. Like me, I've been frustrated with the offense for 6 weeks now watching Dylan Gabriel play football. I'm now back to being excited about the offense. And maybe at halftime of Sunday, I'll have a different opinion on that. But like this should be, we talk about jolts all the time. And like little messages or little things like giving up the play calling and doing things to get people a different perspective on it, to get them fired up. Like going to Shadore should get everyone in that building fired up. But they're
not going to Shadore. They're going to Shadore because of an injury. That's not the same thing. But
Shadore's still playing.
It's not like I agree that Shadore can spark the offense. Meaning, like hypothetically, I think he's got talent, and I think you just never know with these guys. As much as the NFL likes to say, "Oh, we saw that one coming," they're like Darryl Ryder, never surprised about anything.
Never surprised,
no matter what happens. So I think it's hypothetically possible. In the same way, hypothetically possible, Dylan could have done it. But also, if you're on your third quarterback and you're going into game 11, I can understand if you just don't want to sell anything anymore. Well, if you're just ready to be able to be like, look what happened on Sunday, that's the proof.
It's just interesting timing then. Let's put it that way. It's interesting timing because 4 out of the 6 games that Dylan Gabriel has played in, Jerry Judy hasn't gotten more than 25 yards in any of those games. 4 out of the 6. I'm not asking for $1 million from Jerry. He hasn't got more than 25. So I get if he's beaten down. But if I were him, I'd look at this like, all right, this is a different quarterback. Maybe this is a different chance and a different opportunity because the connection with Dylan Gabriel outside of that Jets game when they force-fed him passes, it's non-existent.
All right, we're going through all the possibilities. Could he just have had a bad day?
I mean, it's always on the table, but like in that same respect too, if this is the one time a week that you get to speak to us, I don't think with those type of players, I don't think any of this stuff is an accident. I just have a hard time thinking that like he had a bad day and then they just didn't want to do it and it just is what it is. That happens, sure. But the timing on this is very suspicious for him to have a bad day.
Did you just get told that Gage Larvadain is going to have to be the number 1 receiver because Shadore knows him better?
He's got the connection with him, so Gage is going to get the opportunity.
There'd be nothing funnier if your first 2 receivers on Sunday were Gage Larvadain and the ball boy from back in
hey,
July.
Ball boy, you're in.
And all of a sudden the Browns offense throws for like 400 yards. Like the ball boy is actually like Darnell Washington. He's 6'7", he's 300 pounds, but he also runs a 4.6. It's like Mike Evans meets Darnell Washington.
We just like watching Darnell Washington play.
We do like Biggins here.
He's fun. Yeah,
honestly,
he's fun.
You know me. I'm pro other big fellas. He said he weighs 311.
Oh, really? I think he was listed at like 250 or something.
He is, yeah. He was on the St. Brown podcast, and he said, they were like, how much do you weigh? And he's like, I can't tell you. I can't remember the last time I was weighed in. And the other St. Brown brother said, dude, you have weekly weigh-ins. And he broke. Yeah. He was like, all right, I'm 311.
Yeah.
That's insane. A tackle or tight end that's 311, it'd probably be a better left tackle than what they got going on there. Ashley Bastock in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
On that last drive, it looked like he was the most comfortable on that last drive. Did anything change with him at all? Did he feel better? What did you pick up on watching that last drive?
Just having multiple reps.
Jerry Judy, quite verbose today in his media availability to talk about that, to talk about Shadore Sanders' first official NFL start. You know what Wednesday at 3:20 means? It is time for us to head out to the Fan Hotline and welcome on of Cleveland.com, Ashley Bastock. Ashley, welcome to the show. Did you notice that Jerry Judy was very not verbose today?
I did. I definitely thought that was a weird interview. It was unlike Jerry Judy, who, again, is typically a guy who talks good or bad, win or lose after every game. And it was not, I don't think, a great look, unfortunately. And look, I don't know exactly what was going on with Jerry today, if he was just having a bad day, if he didn't want to talk today. But it was not a great look to go up there and give a series of, little 3-word answers for just over a minute-long interview. So that was just such an odd part of this Wednesday, I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean, Ashley, I Nick asked me in the previous segment, like, could he just be having a bad day? And I was like, well, the timing on that is it's really peculiar if this is the day that he's having a bad day.
And you know what? It's unfortunate, though, if that's all it is, because now he's brought upon himself all this speculation. And look, I mean, I've seen guys get moody if they have to wait to talk, or if they're talking and they don't want to, or if they, get ready to talk and then somebody else starts talking and it becomes a whole thing. But yeah, I definitely think it was very, very ill timing to have an interview like that today, when obviously the news of the day is Shadore Sanders confirmed making his first NFL start on Sunday. And you have that now added to it. And look, I mean, I think Jerry has struggled also this season. I think fans have already been coming at him a little bit. And I wonder if we're going to see even more of that after that podium performance today.
So I guess with all this, we'll get to the matter at hand. Shadore Sanders will make his first start on Sunday. What are your expectations for him in start number 1?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what this is going to look like in terms of, speaking of Jerry Judy, how are those two going to work? And are we going to see more opportunities with Shadore's hungry dogs guys? We always talk about that hungry dogs period at the end of practice. That includes a guy like Gage Larbadan, Caden Davis, they just waived. I'm curious if we're going to see him back. He's another one of those guys that Shadore Sanders has spent a lot of time throwing. So those are receivers and pass catchers he's already comfortable with. I'm curious if we'll see more dialed up looks for a Gage Larbadan, for example. But we'll have to wait and see. And I think Tommy Rees is going to want to make things a bit easier for him, right? Get some short, easy completions. I think Shadore Sanders should kind of take a step back a little bit in terms of, I know he's going to want to take some shots downfield, but I do think in this situation, trust your offensive coordinator to get you some of those easy looks early and go from there. I do hope as the game progresses, we see them looking downfield a bit more. And hopefully everyone has some confidence from that last drive didn't end the way it wanted, but you think about the 25-yard completion to Harold Fannin on the first play of the drive. You think about what I thought was a really well-placed ball to Gage Larbadan in the end zone that Awuzie ended up breaking up. There were things to build on, and there were things downfield to build on. So I hope they do some of those things early, as well as getting Malachi Corley involved, hopefully on some sort of gadget plays, the end arounds, those sort of things that we've seen actually work. Kevin Stefanski for 6 years has been trying to get these end arounds to work, and Tommy Rees and him finally found a guy who can do it. So I think all those things will help Shadore get acclimated here on Sunday.
Did you get the impression from Shadore that the game, in fact, had been slowing down as he was in it, and there's just a comfortability there now that he's seen this action, even though a lot of Browns fans would say it wasn't the right time to see him, but at least having that experience could actually benefit him now going into Sunday?
I don't know if I would go as far to say as like the game has slowed down for him. I do think with any rookie, that's something that takes time, but I will say I thought he looked more comfortable by the time that last drive rolled around. And I think that, to me, was encouraging. I asked guys about that in the locker room even after the game. And I think that part of it is so encouraging because, as we've been talking about, this is a guy who his first team reps in practice came today. Wyatt Teller said after the game he had maybe heard his cadence 2 or 3 times. Like, they really did not have a lot to work off of. And yes, it could have been better, but I also think it was encouraging some of those smaller moments that we got to see his arm, got to see his accuracy. And it also sounds like in these practices, he's made some good plays. Mary Kay Cabot, my colleague, reported on that over these recent days here, that there are times in these practices where he threads a needle in double or even triple coverage. So those are the kind of things you want to see translate into the game. And you hope that by getting those reps this past Sunday, that he's a bit more comfortable to maybe take those chances when it matters. But look, even Shadore Sanders today admitted, practice is very different from a game. And I think we need a larger sample size there to see really how he's handling all of that.
Ashley, we know Jerry Judy's mood in the locker room. Overall, what's the vibe as they get ready for Shadore's first start?
Yeah, I'm actually working on a story today talking to, Gage Larvidan, Isaiah Bond, some of the other pass catchers. I thought Denzel Ward had some good things to say about Shadore and talking about how that quarterback change, regardless of why it happens, can kind of provide a spark, right? And especially for this defense, which I think it's unfortunate, not just in the sense that the Browns have totally wasted a monster season from Myles Garrett, have wasted what I would consider to be a Super Bowl caliber defense, but it's also magnified this defense's mistakes. Has the defense been perfect? No, but no defense in the NFL is. But the problem is when you have an offense that can't score a touchdown, a Mark Andrews trick play is going to be remembered. An 80-yard Carson Wentz drive is going to be remembered. Them not getting the offense the ball back against the Jets is going to be remembered, even though if the offense did get the ball back against the Jets, they probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. So I do get the vibe that this change is going to be some kind of spark for these guys. I mean, if only because it is something different, and sometimes different for different sake can have that effect. It gives you just a different energy or some other kind of motivation to play for, even in the middle of a down year, which they're obviously fresh in the middle of right now.
Yeah. I want to ask you about the defense, and mainly just Myles Garrett, but the idea that the other players around Myles, I think we entered this year thinking that Myles was going to help out Mason Graham and Isaiah McGuire and Malik Collins and all these other people. And it feels like even though Myles still gets double teamed and triple teamed, it seems like they in turn have helped out Myles in a big way.
I think they really have. And look, a prime example of that, the third sack Myles had on Sunday against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. He got that sack because of pressure Mason Graham created. He essentially kept Lamar Jackson in the pocket and allowed Myles enough time to recover on that play and actually take him down. So I do think, to me, this is a kind of interior pressure the Browns have probably always been trying to capture, probably always been envisioning. I mean, D tackle was such a struggling position for them for so long. They thought they had fixed it with Dalvin Tomlinson, and obviously that wasn't the case. They let Dalvin go this past offseason, and I think they finally have the profile of guys that can create that pressure. Malik Collins has really been outstanding, and I mean, he's played in this kind of system for basically his entire career, so he's used to it. I think that's helping Myles. I think also we're seeing teams game plan for Myles a little bit differently after that Patriots game, and I'm kind of fascinated by this strategy. I don't think it's necessarily the wisest strategy in basically, it's almost like an NBA strategy of they said, we'll let Miles get his, and we're not going to devote a ton of double, triple teams chips to him. Let him go one-on-one and get his sacks, and then, look, we just know this offense can't score, so if he sacks us a couple times and we got to punt the ball, like, okay, it's not the end of the world. Now, I think that takes a mobile quarterback. It takes a durable quarterback. I thought the Ravens left him one-on-one a bit more. Look, this Raiders line is not good. I'm curious if they're going to try a similar strategy and if we're going to be sitting here next Wednesday talking about another 4 or 5 sack game that Myles Garrett just had. So I think he's been helped by those two things. It's the interior pressure, and it's also in recent weeks how people have been game planning for him.
What does a win on Sunday against the Raiders mean for the Browns, and what does it mean for Shadore?
That's a great question, because in the grand scheme of the season, I don't think it means much, right? You're beating another 2-8 team, but it would be nice for them to end their losing streak on the road. They're up to 13 games. That dates back to week 2 in Jacksonville last year. It's been a long time, so I think it would be nice to kind of exercise that particular demon. And for Shadore Sanders, I think it'll be bigger for Shadore Sanders than it would be in terms of this season and like what this season means. This season is essentially lost in terms of big picture goals, right? We know that. But a win for a rookie quarterback in his first start, that can do a lot for confidence, for development, like all of those things, those intangibles that are so important when you have a young quarterback starting. So for me, I do think it would be more for him. It would mean more for him than obviously the grand scheme of the season. And I think, unfortunately, the reality is in terms of the bigger picture of this season and like, what does this season mean? Everything for me kind of got recalibrated after that Jets game, and losing to that Jets team the way they did after the Jets traded 2 of their best players away. It just kind of showed where the Browns are right now. So that's why I think it's more important for Shadore than it is for bigger picture this season.
Is it the type of situation where if Shadore looks good, he keeps the job, and if he looks, what is it, average, he loses the job?
That's a great question. Like, I'm not quite sure what that threshold is, but I think like the Browns have obviously left the door open for, if he performs well, to stick with him. And I think you have to, right? Like, you can't just go back to Dillon for the sake of going back to Dillon if Shadore is playing well. So we'll have to wait and see. Like, does it mean he has to string some wins together? Is it more about individual stats? Is it more just about going the passing game going? That to me is unclear. And of course, they're very tight-lipped on these plans. But I do think stringing some wins together here could be really important for him in keeping that job, because you can't argue with the wins and losses if they are coming and he's not turning the football over. And I think what also is going to be key is that accuracy. You want to see that accuracy come through. That is what he does better than Dillon Gabriel, and we've seen it since the spring. That is like his elite trait. And if he can show that, and we've seen Dillon Gabriel throw some off passes, that could be a difference maker as well.
Ashley Bastock on the Fan Hotline. I'm going to give you a take, and then I want you to respond to it. I knew Dillon Gabriel was cooked as a starting quarterback in the NFL when I heard about Electrolyte Tuesday. At no point is that actually a thing. Your take on Electrolyte Tuesday.
Guys, what I want to say is I had the scoop on the Electrolyte martinis, and anyone who read my Mason Graham takeout story would have known that. I had this up there a few weeks ago, and then I'm hearing about it on the broadcast on Sunday, and I'm like, oh, I wrote about this. I had the little scoop on their Electrolyte Martini night. So I'm actually going to say I disagree with you on that, because Dillon gave me the lead to that story on Mason Graham, and I loved that anecdote when he told me it. So, like, quite honestly, without that story, I wouldn't have had the same lead to my Mason Graham, long 2,500 word story. So I'm going to disagree with you on the Electrolyte martinis. I'm a big fan of them and the color that it provided me as a reporter.
All right. Then you give me no choice here. I don't know. JP and I are married. I don't know your relationship status. What I'll say is, You see somebody, you're interested in them.
They just hang out at the bar.
There's
maybe,
a vibe there, and then they go, "Hey, we're celebrating Electrolyte Tuesday."
Or even like a bartender.
You going on a second date?
Yeah, you're on that date, and they say, "Hey, bartender, can you make me one of those electrolyte martinis?"
Yeah.
I don't know that you're like, this is the guy.
I feel like I would be into it, guys. I don't know what to tell you. It's like,
that seems convenient.
I work out 7 days a week. I'm drinking a protein coffee right now as I talk to you. I think I could get behind it. I don't know. This is young guys in the NFL. They're working hard. They get together. This is how they bond. This is part of team camaraderie for a draft class that has been pretty good so far. So I'm a fan of it. I think you guys are just being Debbie Downers about the electrolyte martinis. I don't know. I have to disagree with you.
Ashley, I grew up in the 90s where the Cowboys had a flop house and a kilo of cocaine. That's what bonding was when I was a young man learning the football game.
You are old school in that way. You are old school in that way. That would never fly now, Nick Wilson. That would never fly now.
Wow.
Yeah, back when coaches used to just pull up chairs in their quarterbacks' houses and just kind of sit and
just watch their
drink
aquarium.
a six-pack and just see what happens. I mean, those were the days, Ashley. Those were the
designated chair in the quarterback's room.
That's all it was.
Ashley, great stuff. I wish you many great Electrolyte Tuesdays for the rest of your life.
All right, thanks, guys. Maybe we could meet up for one sometime.
Not a chance in hell. No.
Let's do it.
If you want to have 8-Ball Tuesday, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, Ashley Bastock there. We're just going to end the interview. Cleveland.com on the fan hotline. That's a joke, folks.
That was out of pocket.
I'm a father, okay? 3 times over. I'm a local member of a community. Not that community, not the drug community, a good community.
So they have communities too. I mean,
that's true.
Everyone's got a community.
But not an electrolyte community.
No.
We'll react to what Ashley had to say, and maybe the best case scenario for the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
was?
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
I think it'll be bigger for Shadore Sanders than it would be in terms of this season and like what this season means. This season is essentially lost in terms of big picture goals, right? We know that. But a win for a rookie quarterback in his first start, that can do a lot for confidence, for development, like all of those things, those intangibles that are so important when you have a young quarterback starting. So for me, I do think it would be more for him. It would mean more for him than obviously the grand scheme of the season. And I think, unfortunately, the reality is in terms of the bigger picture of this season and, like, what does this season mean? Everything for me kind of got recalibrated after that Jets game, and losing to that Jets team, it just kind of showed where the Browns are right now. So that's why I think it's more important for Shadore than it is for bigger picture this season.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, with us in the previous segment, as she is every single Wednesday at 3:20. John Fanta coming up in about 15 minutes. John's usually with us on Tuesday, but he's at 4. And then Ross Tucker, who is going to be on the Browns-Raiders call this weekend for CBS Sports. He'll be joining us at 5:20 today. So plenty to get to. I agree with the statement that a win on Sunday means more for Shadore personally than it does for the Browns, who will just then be a 3-win team. Mm-hmm. What I think is interesting is if you really want to get to the ultimate bleep storm when it comes to Shadore and the Browns, if the Browns were to win on Sunday and Shadore plays reasonably well and they go back to Dylan Gabriel on Monday.
I know.
Oh, man, is it just going to be a great and awful week?
Well, and that's what I think is really interesting with, you say reasonably well, and it's like, at what spot do we have to then make it almost with an exclamation point that we're not even having that conversation on Monday? Because we've talked a lot about what the convos on Monday will be, and I do wonder if he basically replicates what Dylan did in the Minnesota game, is that enough to get him off the hook?
No.
I don't think so either. Like, I think for Shadore, he's got to, as always, it feels like he's got to go that much above and beyond in order to really stamp down the approval of everyone inside that building.
It does feel like the amount, I would be curious, the amount of turnovers versus touchdowns that has to happen to what you're saying.
Because, that's why I got my scouting hat on, Nick, and I'm using my eyes. It's the eyeball test weekend like you wouldn't believe.
Stefanski has had a fatwa on turnovers this year. In a way that...
Is that a what now?
A fatwa. Look it up.
No! Nick Wilson
he's using
Walkers. Dang it, bling, dang it. We don't use those words and knock down parts down there.
Now, that being said, he has taken turnovers personally in a way after last year that he hadn't the first couple years. Like, I think he lived with more turnovers earlier in his tenure. And he made such a point of it with Flacco and Dylan Gabriel.
Because last year broke him in many ways. When it came to turnovers, I think he left those games thinking after watching Jameis, who turns the ball over a ton, and Flacco and all those guys. Last year with Jameis, and I feel like when you lead the league in interceptions, his response to that was, if we fix that and that gets corrected, all of our mistakes will go away. And then Dylan Gabriel didn't turn the ball over, and you still had a bunch of mistakes.
Well, but I think that is the crux of this weekend. There's an element of Shadore that occasionally you are going to have to let him go off script because that's what the kid does. Like when he can extend a play, not by, turning into a 30-yard run, but he can extend his play by moving around just a little bit and allowing something to open up. Well, that's the thing that Kevin Stefanski doesn't want because it usually leads to turnovers. So I feel like usually we do the 2-to-1.
Yeah.
Like, all right, for every turnover, you're going to have 2 scores, right? I almost wonder if even that's enough with Shadore, considering, again, he's not Kevin Stefanski's prized possession the way that certainly Dylan Gabriel is.
I think it's going to be like the court ruling on porn, where you know it when you see it. I think that's what it's going to be with Shadore this weekend. You'll know it. You'll know it when you see it. You'll know it. You'll know it. We will be able to know. We want to go to the box score hunting. We want it to be the box score jockeys on this one, because being a box score jockey at this point just gets you EPA that doesn't mix with PFF, that doesn't mix with passer rating,
which
that
doesn't mix with
OPP. The QBR. All this nonsense.
You know me.
I don't know that you're an OPP guy. You always talk like a
like a what?
We always talk
like a what?
You always talk about people that curse and how awkward it sounds. You being an OPP guy.
You know me.
Yeah, no, I don't love that for you.
And that
Matt,
flow.
can we get a ruling on this one? Did that not sound incredibly awkward?
Awkward cursor, the guy that I called out.
He always calls you out for that. Did the OPP thing work for Nick?
Sounded like fudge to me, bud.
Just didn't sound right, Nick.
Yeah, like you would know. Yeah, give me Mr. Milquetoast over there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's not because you're wearing a white shirt, Mac. I think that's just in general.
No,
I think
not because you look like the singer from Lifehouse.
That was a generality that he was throwing in your direction.
That you're very bland personality-wise.
Oh, jeez,
that's mean.
Thanks, man. When I want food recommendations, I'll go to you too.
Oh, ooh, ah.
Anything else for you two?
I think we're good.
Okay, good. So
you were saying?
No, I lost my thought now. No, I don't have it.
OPP, yeah, you know me.
So because of the different ways that we try to use metrics to evaluate these quarterbacks, and they're all so across the board messed up, I think we are in fact going to have to use the you know it when you see it when it comes to Shadore tomorrow, or at least on Sunday. Excuse me.
Is not only are there 75 different metrics to grade either young quarterback,
and again,
but people are going to weight them depending on how well they actually thought Shadore played and their pre-existing thought on Shadore too. There's the galaxy brain element too, unless it's a definitive full Peterlin or full Mahomes.
But think about it. Sunday,
anything in between is going to be litigated to hell and back.
Sunday was about as bad as it got for Shadore. We've talked about it. It went as poorly as it possibly could have for Shadore. And even in that game, we left with how many different people, myself included, being like, well, hey, how about that pass to Fannin? How about that corner throw to Larvadan? How about the little things here and there? And so that's why I feel like box score evaluation of Shadore is just not going to be able to tell the whole story. I think it's going to make, if it's not definitive one way or another, I think Monday is going to be a bloodbath with some of these conversations.
I mean, if it's more positive than negative and they win, that's not quite Mahomes. But at the same point, if it's more negative than positive and they lose, like those are kind of towards the extremes. Everything in between. Like a tie, and Shadore has like an 89 quarterback or passer rating, and it might as well be hell on earth for us on Monday.
Welcome to Monday. Welcome to this Brown season.
Welcome to Earth.
Yeah.
I love that. I'll tell you, aliens ever invade this?
You want to be the one to say welcome to Earth?
I want to be Will Smith. Welcome to Earth. As an alien pops out and you just deck that alien. I won't hurt another human being. I certainly won't hurt animals.
Your first instinct is to punch the alien?
What's your first instinct?
I'm going to try to make friends.
Jonathan?
I'm going to try to make friends with the alien.
Oh, that's how you die.
If the alien came all the way to Earth, they got all the tools to dismantle me and kill me right on the spot if they want to. Friendship's got to be the best option that I have there. Going up there and trying to be like, I'm going to sucker punch an alien and hope that gets me out of it.
Yeah.
No chance.
Yeah.
Also,
when I see a lion in the wild, you know what I do? I go, hi, kitty. Want some catnip? That's what I do.
What you're describing is going up to the kitty and punching the kitty in the face. Maybe the kitty just wants to
run away.
Maybe the kitty just wants to hang out for a little bit. Maybe the kitty isn't. Maybe the lion just wants to chill. Maybe the kitty, in fact, is not wanting to just rip your head off. But also, we're talking aliens, not lions. You're moving the conversation here.
Same premise.
No. So wait, is it one alien or you got multiple aliens on this thing? Are we a solo
this
traveler?
Is a one-on-one. We're using the
It's a
Independence
solo traveler
Day
thing?
The Independence Day, there's one guy of a myriad of them, but you're just talking one-to-one.
I'm looking for peace. I want to band up with these aliens.
When I lead
you came
the aliens,
all the way to planet Earth. I think you did a solo mission all the way to planet Earth, and then you're just going to let me just sucker punch you in the face and call that a day? No chance.
When I lead the aliens because of my act of dominance, and you're somehow subjugated to the aliens, we'll know how this is. When you're a puppet for the aliens, and I'm talking about the worst kind of puppet.
Weapons we've never seen that they have. You're going to get fried.
When Bleep Blop and Bloop Blop are using you in unconscionable ways.
Just press a button.
Think
boom.
back to this moment.
Nick Wilson doesn't exist anymore.
You're just going to be like, I'm subjugated to you. I mean, Jonathan, they're under my control. What are you doing? John Fanta in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Northeast Factory Direct.
Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My mouth gets me more in trouble than anybody else. Good morning! Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got Ross Tucker. He's on Browns Raiders this weekend for CBS Sports. We'll get him at 5:20. Usually we have Ross at 4 o'clock today, both with Ross's schedule and John Fanta's schedule. We made a little bit of an audible here, and that means we're going to head out to the fan hotline and welcome on. You hear him most every week here on Tuesdays on 92.3 The Fan at 4 o'clock, 4:20 to be exact on Tuesdays. Well, today, it's a Wednesday, it's a hump day, and we're talking with John Fanta, the man, NBC Sports. He coined 3-win Wilson.
Yes, he did.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
What'd you do, Wilson? You called Gabriel Gobbler?
No, that's not how it happened.
It's Gobblers with it's an S. There's an
it's
S on the back of that.
Gobblers, and I didn't coin them that.
Oh.
It was suggested as a name for Gabriel fans, and then we just thought, well, what Gabriel guys? Okay, that's nondescript. Gabriel Gobblers. We're also coming up on Thanksgiving. It just had a whole flair to it.
Oh my gosh! I mean, if there is a crew of people, honestly, that are in that class, then I got to be real with you. They deserve the term gobblers. So for that, I'm with you now. I am with you all the way.
Yeah, what are we insulting? You're insulting like 4 people?
We got a guy. His name's Brian with an I.
Brian, that's right. We searched high and low trying to find Gabriel Gobblers. We got one.
Yeah, between us 3, we represent more helpings at the Thanksgiving table than there should be humans in the Gabriel Gobblers group.
All right, let's get to Shadore Sanders. How are we feeling about start number 1? How are we feeling about what we saw in the Baltimore game?
Well, how am I feeling about start number 1? I'm glad that it's happening because all of the discourse and the talk and the back and forth. Look, he gets a week's worth of reps. He has an elite defense with him, and he's playing a team that is right there with the Browns in terms of being an embarrassment and right there in the basement with them with the power out. So you got 2 of these teams battling in Las Vegas. So look, the circumstances are about as good as you could ask for after being rough on Sunday. Like, let's be real here. When you're staring at the Baltimore Ravens defense when your first start in the second half, and now it's known, you haven't gotten reps with the second team, and you're looking at, Kyle Hamilton and a Roquan Smith and everybody that Baltimore's got, compared to this Sunday, this is a different type of game and a much better set of circumstances. That being said, you got to go in there Sunday and show something, because this past Sunday you showed nothing. And I'm not here to then make a final judgment on him and say he's awful, he's this, he's that. He made a throw that almost got caught for a touchdown and could have very well changed everything. My brain, fellas, is this. I'm wiping this past Sunday clean. I would do it with any rookie quarterback that got inserted in those circumstances. I didn't think he looked good, but I understand the circumstances. I'm glad this Sunday is happening so that we can watch what a week of prep for this kid against a bad football team with the defense that he's got, with the kicker that appears to be actually making field goals now. Like, let's watch what happens under this situation on Sunday. So I'm looking forward to it. It gives me honestly, it gives us more of a reason to be interested in this football team than anything that we've had the past 8 weeks.
Yeah, no question about that one, John. Let me ask you, how much will the week of prep do you feel like help Shadore?
Well, better, and it should, and I think it will help him. Because here's my thing, guys. And I know what the counter argument to this could be. So if you make it, we could talk about that. But I was thinking about this when Shadore was named the starter for this Sunday. I instantly thought of Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and I thought of P.J. Walker. Not because I think Shadore Sanders is those guys, but I thought of Kevin Stefanski, albeit with more talent on his offense. That's where I see the counter argument potentially. But a defense that wasn't playing as well as this one is. This defense playing as well as any defense in the league. That's what's a shame. What a damn shame this is that this football team only has 2 wins, because their defense, they are wasting the primes of multiple careers right now. But the prep to me is good because in my mind, if Kevin Stefanski, no matter how much you feel about him, it's not like when he had Dorian Thompson-Robinson and P.J. Walker, the offense looked like a work of art with those guys. But what I do know is this: the Browns won games against greater teams and a not as good defense, possessing not as good of a defense, and they beat some teams along the road the past couple of seasons prior to this one and the last one, where you would say, how the hell did they just win that football game? And they found a way to win. And at some point, Walker or DTR made a play or two extra and figured it out. Sanders is set up here. He's set up to win this football game. Like, the Browns can absolutely win this game. The Raiders are not good. They're playing. They look checked out. Now you could argue the same about the Browns at times, but the Browns didn't play that way on Sunday. They didn't play like a checked out football team. Like you could hate whatever you want with this football team, but they did. I did not notice any lack of effort in trying to win that game. So the week should be helpful, and there is body of work before this with worse quarterbacks that says that this is a game that the Browns can win. And what happens if Sanders makes enough plays and gets a win under his belt? And, you've still got more weeks on your schedule. You still got more games on your schedule. Like, I do take the approach of, if he's able to find a way, I don't care how you do it. This league is really hard to win in. If he's able to find a way to win his first start, all right, then you go off that and you build off of that. Like, I want to give this kid the real shot on Sunday, because what else do the Browns have to do this season? There's nothing else to gain from this season. Gabriel's not their long-term quarterback. Find out if this kid's got anything that says that he could be that type of thing. Do I think that he is? I personally don't, but I'm willing to give him the shot and want to see it play out on Sunday.
John, is there anything Shadore can do, let's say starts the rest of the season, that can make the Browns not draft a quarterback in April?
There's nothing that Shadore can do that says to me that the Browns are not going to draft a quarterback. Now, you didn't ask me when. So are you saying definitive first round when you're asking this question, Nick?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that he would have to get to a level that even his biggest fans, I think, would be surprised by. Never say never, but I would say no. There's nothing that Shadore Sanders is going to do in the coming weeks that will keep the Browns from doing what they need to do, and that is draft a quarterback and continue to try to draft quarterbacks until they nail their quarterback selection. Because here's the other thing. When you've had 42 starting quarterbacks since 1999, he's going to have to be at a level that we haven't seen from a kid his age, from a guy his age at the position. And logic tells me that's just not going to happen. So, and it's not even a knock against him. This roster's terrible on offense. The roster, it's like watching a high school game. Like the offensive weapons are Quinshon Judkins is having a really nice season, and he's doing a great job, averaging 3.9 yards a carry, because the offensive line is as bad as I've seen. So I'm taking that into account, too. Like Nick and JP, when I'm evaluating Gabriel or Sanders, that's why I'm saying there's nothing that – there's another reason, too. Like, it's going to be hard for Shadore to do a ton with this limited of an offense, which tells me they're still going to draft a quarterback. It also tells me that the general manager should still lose his job, because somehow he thought that drafting a quarterback in rounds 3 and 5 was a smart option. And when you look at the offense and you look at their lack of stability on the offensive line and more, how could you have possibly drafted 2 quarterbacks in rounds 3 and 5 when you have every opportunity to try to better offense in so many areas where you could have done it? And he didn't do it. And now every single week, at times it doesn't matter who's under center because the offense around these people is so bad.
Yeah, John, you're right about that. And I think it's an important note as we keep going about how bad the offensive line is, how bad the wide receivers are. Let me ask you, though, if I were to give you the choices of Dillon Gabriel, Shadore Sanders, we'll throw Bailey Zappi in there as well. We might as well. And then Deshaun Watson, who gets the most starts the rest of the season for the Browns?
Man, I am going to say Dillon Gabriel comes out of the concussion protocol and probably ends up being the guy that answers that question with most starts. Because I just think that there's a part of me, it's very clear where Kevin Stefanski's allegiances lie. It is very clear. And that if Gabriel had cleared concussion protocol, that he would be your guy. And my gut says with this limited of an offense, all right, it's not even all on Shadore Sanders. I think there's a lot of good NFL quarterbacks that would still not look very good with the guys up front. But my intuition says, even though I don't really see the upward trajectory at this point, I hope Sanders does well enough that he earns himself another start. That's where my headspace is at. But what do I think is going to happen? What I think is going to happen is we're going to see some mistakes from a 5th round pick, and we're gonna get the head coach's brain goes to this other rookie has 7 touchdowns to 2 picks. I know what you all think of him. I don't think he's an NFL quarterback myself, but I think the coach likes the fact that in his mind he doesn't really turn the ball over. I think that's going to be a problem with him and Shadore Sanders. And if I was voting, I would vote Gabriel on that answer.
John, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys. I've got my popcorn ready. Sunday afternoon for a 2-win football team. It'll be entertaining.
It's always entertaining, except when Dillon Gabriel's starting. John Fanta there, NBC Sports, Cleveland's very own. Potentially Ignatius' next head coach. Nobody knows. Nobody knows for sure. On the Fan Hotline, we'll react to what he had to say. And somebody on the station thinks Shadore Sanders will suck on Sunday. Do you agree? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Genius Exteriors, Home Genius Exteriors. Roofing, siding, windows done right.
Lock in amazing fall deals for your new roof with Home Genius Exteriors. Get 50% off materials plus 0% APR and free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Ross Tucker in 1 hour's time. Some have been critical of Ross's messaging on Shadore Sanders. We'll get Ross's take on Shadore's first start. Should be noted, Ross on the Browns-Raiders call this weekend, so I have a good vantage point on that. I will tell you, JP, I'm in trouble.
Oh, yeah, why is that?
So Ness just messaged me. You didn't tell me Sophie wore shorts with pantyhose underneath the school. That's an interesting combo. ... What were you thinking? I feel like by this point, my kids are 15 and 12. I feel like by this point, she should have a grasp on the idea of I'm not going to look at what a kid's wearing and going, oh, that's not right, unless it's so out there that it would have to be like obvious to the dumbest person in the world. I have no fashion sense. I don't think she picks this up.
I mean, there was an attempt made to cover all parts of the clothing, right, or all parts of the body.
I believe so.
With the pantyhose, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's good enough for me.
I thought it was like, okay, in fairness,
I don't know.
When I saw it today, because they were like, they almost looked like things out of like the Dr. Seuss, like a pantyhose.
Okay.
Because they were like green and white and like different lines, and I was like, oh, is it like Dr. Seuss Day? I didn't even put it together. I thought the kid was just dressing it, because every week they have like 3 or 4 different days where it's like, oh, it's pajama day, or it's this day, or it's that day. I just thought that's what it is.
Hey, do teachers ever comment if they wear something X amount of times or anything like that? Is that
No.
I'm getting used to the idea now that Charlotte's in this preschool that she's in, that anytime one of her teachers make a comment about something, it's really like the heads up of being like they're not saying it in a nice way, they're more saying it like, oh, she's wearing that jacket again, but they'll instead say something like, oh, that's such a nice jacket she has. But it's them noticing that for like 3 weeks straight she wore the same jacket.
So my Isabella's like her father. I absolutely do wear things twice in 1 week just without thinking about it, because by Friday I can't remember what I wore Monday or Wednesday. So my daughter Isabella is just like me. But what's cool about where they are is the only feedback I get on your kid went to school in this is if it's something that isn't appropriate, which never happens for my girls, or it's from my wife.
Okay.
Right about second grade. Within reason, teachers stop sending home about what your kid's wearing.
That's good, because I've now become used to the idea, like even like when we went and saw them, one of the kids made a comment, one of the other parents made a comment about it. Charlotte likes stickers. At night we put stickers on her hand because she just likes it. It makes her happy, right? And the kid's like, oh, you got stickers on your hand. How fun is that? And then the teacher was like, yeah, Charlotte always wears stickers on her hand. And I thought that was just the teacher being perceptive, but apparently that's her way of being like, we've noticed.
No, 100%.
Like we've noticed, and they might even be judging a little bit.
No, 100%. And I did not handle that. Like I am live and let live. Like, and this is, the kids know this. Like my daughters know, unless you go out there with something showing, like you can get away with dad, because I'm not going to tell you how to dress. It's one of the things it's one of the bits of autonomy that you should give kids once they get to a certain age. And if other people judge how they look, well, that's kind of the world. Like you got to kind of get used to that kind of thing. The problem is I always forget that while the teachers don't say anything, oh, this is not going to be the last time I hear about this.
Well, so, all right, so let me ask you
when
this.
I get home, I might get like right when we crawl into bed, she'll be chuckling and she'll go, I can't believe it.
Was she just in that? Is she just in that age? I saw Kay Adams yesterday. She had a video about like convincing her nephew to wear a jacket was the hardest thing in the world.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Is she just in that age where just kids don't want to wear jackets? Is that just the age that she's in right now?
Yep. And also trying out. Like, by the way, my oldest daughter is too, because they also happen to be Nick Wilson's kids. I don't like wearing jackets all the time. I still at this point will just defiantly wear shorts in December because screw you weather. I will.
Yeah, you show that weather.
Yeah, you show that case of COVID, right? Like it's the dumbest thing that I do, but unfortunately my kids have it. So I'm in the doghouse.
All right, good.
So
good.
I might be swinging by No-So today.
Okay, yeah, we have an extra room if you need it.
This is great.
We only got one extra room though. We're running out of rooms.
I'll wake up with a baby. All right, I'll wake up.
You have the snoo. The baby's taken care of.
Look at that.
It's all fine. It's fact that these days. Well, no, I mean, you still got to change diapers. Can you change any diapers?
I had 3 daughters. I can change diapers like
I
the
know
wind.
you can't. I would never ask a guest to change.
Now,
a diaper.
that'd be really weird. If
that would
I
be
did
really
that.
weird
That'd
if I was
really,
like, can you change the baby's diaper?
It'd be weirder if I just offered it up. Like, let me take care of this for you. That'd be even more problematic.
So we have an extra bedroom. If you need it, it's there.
I probably will. That being said, there's been many a takes on Shadore Sanders on this station today. Well, Ken Carman on the Morning Boys this morning set expectations for Shadore on Sunday.
I want to be dead serious about this. I hope this is one of the worst takes that I've ever had, and I hope this is played in perpetuity. Sunday's amazing. Sunday's going to go rough. Sunday's going to be a bad day, and we need to prepare ourselves for that. It ain't going to go well. It's not going to go well.
You don't think there's any shot?
No.
It's the Raiders.
It's 1 week, and you're doing things that, again, and Jordan Reed brought it up, these are terminal issues. The drifting in the pocket, you're exactly right. You don't have great tackles. The Raiders are a bad team. Guys, you've already lost to one bad team. You're not a good team. You're bad.
Ain't going to be good.
Is that Ken?
Yeah, it was. Occasionally he'll let that Southern Canton slide out of there. That's so can, as we call it in Summit County. He'll let it ain't gonna be good. That being said, I don't know. I think it's like, is Ken protecting himself here? Because I kind of feel like that's what this is.
He's the king of telling everyone else that they're protecting their feelings. You think he is protecting his feelings here?
Yes, I don't think I should go into this game with any expectations for Shadore. I don't know how you can. He's a 5th round pick. Some people thought he was a 2nd round talent. He played one half of football in which he was not prepared, not because of his own fault, but because they weren't really interested in getting him ready because he was the backup and they had a young starter they were giving every rep to. I don't know. Like I think sometimes you just have to say like, hey, what's Shadore going to do on Sunday? Beats the hell out of me.
Yeah, and we'll find out. We'll be able to. Again, this is the part of this job that just kind of stinks sometimes because I feel like everyone rushes to get their thoughts and their opinions out there, and this is just not the week for that when it comes to Shadore. Not after that game. Now maybe Ken is saying this, and this is just speculative on my part, but maybe he's saying this because the idea then is that nobody could have success with this situation that the Browns have offensively.
Yeah, I think that was part of his
conversation. Is that just what that is? So the expectation then would be every week we go into this, whether it's Dylan Gabriel, whether it's Deshaun, whether it's it doesn't matter who it is, that you then think the offense is just going to stink, which, by the way, the offense has stunk all season long.
I just think, and I've heard this.
It's not crazy.
I've heard a lot of people say this. Well, everything, all the knocks on Shadore that were in the pre-draft process we saw on Sunday. The same thing I can say about Dylan Gabriel. Every knock that I heard on Dylan Gabriel, he's too small, athletic, but maybe not a mobile quarterback, as it were, doesn't have the strongest arm in the world. Everything, all the negatives that I've heard have been true on Dylan Gabriel. Oh, and by the way, the positive, which is he's a supercomputer, has not come to fruition.
Right. I'm curious on that, too. Like, when did people think that everything was just going to magically get cleared up? Like, any of the bad that Shadore does bring, I think is good offsets the bad, but you know what I mean? Like, even the drifting stuff, where we've talked about how Caleb Williams, it took this offseason, and then he's like, oh, he magically got rid of all the drifting that everyone complained about his first year. Well, they also got a new guard, new center, new guard. They spent on the offensive line. He's had better protection. All of a sudden, he magically looks different. But you need time for this stuff. Like, when did they think, in the resources the Browns have given him, that he would even have the time to fix some of this?
Yeah, and I think that's a great point. Like, I don't expect Shadore to look night and day different. I expect him to look incrementally better because he's finally getting to work with the first team. But to me, listen, I will judge Shadore on how he plays on Sunday, and I think it'll be more appropriate to do that than how he played this last Sunday.
For sure.
At the same point, like if he has a average game, whatever that entails, on Sunday, I'll look and go, okay, let's see what he does in the second game. Because every little bit of, guys, it'll probably take more than, if he starts the final 7 games of the season, it'll probably take more than those 7 games to get rid of those bad habits. But the hope is, from the first start to the last start, you can weed some of it out. You can weed 30, 40% of it out, and then you take the offseason and the next camp, if he plays well enough to earn it, to continue to work on that.
Well, and I thought it was important today, too. Like, Shadore was harping on the idea of reps, and we know this in life. It's a very big thing in radio, obviously, but it's a big thing in anything you do in life. Like, the reps matter. The amount of time you get to do something matters, and I thought that was important that Shadore was focusing on that today, because I think it's such a big part of his story, getting those opportunities and understanding that this might be the last opportunity he has for a long time, and that doesn't do him any good either.
216-474-0092. Ken Carman thinks Shadore Sanders will suck on Sunday.
Were you surprised by the take? I was surprised by the take.
Well, no, I mean, I think it kind of lines up with what Ken is being.
It's what
saying.
He went to yesterday, and saying he was terrified, and then he just actually went and said it today, and I didn't see that coming. He's got good bedside manner with it all, so I think people took it in a nice way. But like, in my mind, I'm not there. I'm not anywhere close to there and thinking that he's going to suck.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I don't expect him to light the world up because, well, he's a 5th-round rookie and everything we've already said. But again, like, my whole point is I have no expectations. Like, I don't think there's a single thing that you can base on whether he was drafted, a half against Baltimore, any of it. By the way, I sure as hell can't tell from anybody in the media that has watched Shadore play or in the pre-draft process, because those guys, and I don't mean this in a personal way, they get it wrong too.
Yeah.
Like, the reality is we'll be able to judge and we'll be able to have expectations for Shadore after what we see on Sunday. Not until then. Everything else is just, okay, yeah, that's a part of this, but it's not the whole thing.
Right. We need more. We need more time. We need more games. We need more evidence.
And I'll be honest with you.
It sucks for this medium. It does. It absolutely sucks for this medium.
Would Ken be saying this? Would Ken be saying the exact same thing these last 2 days if we didn't see Shadore on Sunday and it was just announced Dylan was in the concussion protocol on Monday and Shadore starting?
Yeah, no chance. We know that.
Yeah. And I just think, like, that's, again, I'm not trying to throw it all out because in the end, the half against Baltimore and the game against the Raiders, you'll be able to put it together, and you've got 6 games. But as it stands today, I'm just not going to live in my fears with this. It's a 2-8 team, and he's a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, and maybe Ken ends up being right. Maybe he does. But I don't think there's anything in the first half, or second half of that game that tells me to all of a sudden believe that that's true right now.
We talked about this earlier in the show about how by the end of this show, I might just stake a claim. I've been to Switzerland this whole time. The conversation might push me to a point to pick a side because it's getting harder to be neutral on Shadore with the asinine level and just the heightened conversation on him. At the same point, and you said, well, train's leaving the station. I think train's leaving the station on people who want to get in line to say I was right about Shadore. And I'm not trying to say that in a negative way.
That train's left. That's
gone.
I
think that's what Ken's doing.
If you're trying to line up to dunk on Shadore, you had to do that well in advance of what happened on Sunday.
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
You're Johnny late.
I don't think Ken's alone in that.
You're Johnny late to the party. No, you're Johnny late to the party if you're trying to do that.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people that are like, all right, I saw him for a half a game.
Now, I do think that's happening. I do think there are enough people out there that are trying to almost save face that did like Shadore the entire time, and now you have what happened on Sunday, and because a half a game of football is clouding their judgment to such a high degree.
No scruples.
That now they're trying to maybe rewrite some things. I'm not saying Ken's doing this, but I think I've seen other people try to do this where now they're trying to rewrite it almost to be like, well, if I get on this early enough. And I just think that's the lamest thing one person can do. I mean, we talk about standing for something. Stand for something. If you believe Shadore prior, there's no way that Sunday should have taken you off of that. And there's no way you think on Sunday that's going to be anything short of a good performance.
All right, Jay in Solon wants us to stop talking about quarterbacks. I couldn't resist this, Jay.
We can't, Jay. That's the job.
No. Let's hear Jay out on this one. Jay, give us your take.
Guys, great show.
Thank you.
Let's really talk about the problem, which is the offensive line. Now, when we talk about matchups, we have to understand that offensive linemen out here now are 320, 330 pounds.
340.
You got 340. You got people like Myles Garrett that are ranging from a 280, 270, 290.
260.
This is not a matchup. A 330 against a 330 is a matchup. A 330 against a 280. This is why all these quarterbacks are getting tore up. They need to start downsizing these linemen on every team. And we need the people that we invest in and the people that we depend on, we need to give them more time to throw the ball, time to make decisions. Shadore got sacked in a shotgun, y'all. The offensive linemen are too big. We have to rethink our offensive line. Let's start talking and breaking down every person on the line now.
I guess you're not a fan of DeJuan Jones then.
Yeah, I'll also say, Jay, I like getting ratings. If I start breaking down the nits and grits of offensive line play, I don't think anybody in town. I think there's a reason why the YouTube channel, and I thank you for the call, buddy. I think there's a reason why YouTube channels that have guys breaking down O-line play have hundreds of views, and guys who talk about quarterbacks like Stephen A. Smith does have hundreds of thousands of views.
People do understand that, like, we have a scoreboard in this, right? Our ratings are like directly tied to our employment.
Yeah.
If we talk offensive line until we're blue in the face, we're not going to have a job anymore.
What not enough people are talking about? Strong safety play.
Works. Yeah, I mean, let's do 25 minutes on Ronnie Hickman being a second-team All-Pro.
Give me a Loie Gilman versus Grant Delpit. Your 5 best minutes on it.
Yeah, Hey, by the way, we talked Jerry Judy at 3:00. If you want something that isn't quarterbacks, we did a whole segment on Jerry Judy today.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it was because of his reaction to quarterbacks, but it still happened. We did it.
I love the idea that we should get smaller offensive linemen.
I didn't. I just thought DeJuan Jones was upsetting the man. Is all that was.
The funny thing is, he's not playing.
No, I know.
I think the heaviest offensive lineman you've got now is
Cam
like
Robinson's big.
Yeah, but he's just bad.
Yeah, but he's big. That's a slot machine with a helmet right there, Cam Robinson.
Well, what, 315? He's not 330. There's no way Cam Robinson's 330.
No, I was thinking 315. When we said it, but that's not tiny in any sort of stretch.
I mean,
he's got like a bowling ball shape to him that I always think is interesting.
All the Ravens have are fatties.
He's listed 335, Cam Robinson.
335?
6'6", 335. That's a big man, Cam Robinson.
Ooh, he hides it. Well
you just
done.
No, I mean, he looks like a bowling ball.
I wouldn't say a pound over 315.
I knew he was big.
I get that all the time.
KT Levinston
you're that fat?
KT Levinston, I know, is tall.
That fat? Why, thank you.
You don't look that fat.
Yeah, you look fat, but you don't look that fat.
What's your guess on KT Levinston?
Oh, 325.
335.
Oh, sugar booger.
Another big man.
Give me another one.
Man, he looks very angry in his photo. Well, no, we're just into people that everyone knows. Everyone knows Joe Batonio. Everyone knows Jack Conklin. Everybody knows.
315 for Joel? Actually, no, 325. I'm going to stick with that.
For Batonio?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's around there. I can look at it. I can get his listed weight if you want. We can
give me
do
Javier Cohen.
Yeah, okay. I'm not like what do you think I'm like ChatGPT? I just spit this out in a second?
Yes.
Batonio's 320.
Yes, Johnny,
I have to actually look this stuff up.
216-474-0092. Would you rather hear us talk, let's say, nickel corner play or maybe second tight end play? Yeah, go ahead. 216-474-0092. And Ken Carman thinks Shadore Sanders will suck on Sunday. Do you agree? Chris Fedor had an interesting comment on one of the Cavaliers' best players. You're going to want to hear this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
We're thinking about Bernie as he's going through his medical situation here. He knows that we're with him and he's with us. So just sending all the good vibes, good thoughts I can to Bernie right now.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in 15 minutes. Ross Tucker coming up at 5:20 today. Nick and JP back with you. I think I am with Kevin Durant where most people seem to be with LeBron.
Oh, I don't even know what direction you're going with this because I'm not tired of LeBron, but I think you're going to tell me you're tired of Kevin Durant. Are people tired of LeBron?
I don't want to say that I'm tired of Kevin Stefanski. Freudian slip. Kevin Durant. I just think I've seen it. I get it. He's no longer the Kevin Durant that I think was so dominant. It was just you couldn't not watch him, and I just don't want to watch. Like the fact that the Cavs are playing a cheap facsimile of Kevin Durant tonight doesn't do it for me the way that maybe 30-year-old Durant did it for me.
We're in the podcast days, but he's still averaging 26 a game. I mean, it's year 18 for Durant, averaging 26 a game on 60% from the field.
Man, I'm not trying to be that guy, but what made Durant watchable was the fact that he was a great two-way player. Like, he was a great defensive player that could make ridiculous things happen. Since the Achilles, he's not been that same player. And honestly, even in terms of what he does offensively, again, still a high-level, skilled player.
Yeah, he's still scoring a ton.
But it's just not, it doesn't look the same.
I like this version of him with the Rockets, though. I do. I like how tall and massive that lineup is when they go 6'7" and bigger.
I was like, he's always been this tall. 6'7".
No. 6'7". Oh, geez. Been a while since we've done that one, isn't it?
Oh,
geez.
But not the kids.
Apparently, they're still doing it, is what you tell me.
They are still doing the 6'7".
I don't exist around any 10-year-olds ever. So
wait till Shar starts doing it. Where she's like,
it's gonna exist.
And you got to do the juggle up there.
Yeah, not a bad impression ever either. Yeah,
it's hard for me to get that voice up that high.
But I love that. I love the big lineup that they have, and I think that's just the Rockets are fun for me. I don't know why they're fun for me, but they're fun for me. But with Durant in this age that he's now existed, I feel like he's come around to being more endearing, and I didn't know we'd get there with him. There was a time where I thought he just kind of sucked as a human, and there was a time I thought he just kind of wasn't the most enjoyable thing to be around, and I've just kind of had a reverse course on him. And maybe this is part of what LeBron was for a lot of people at the very end, where you're like, it's been around for so long, I have to just make sure I appreciate it, but I'm at a different spot with Durant than I used to be.
So it's interesting.
With Curry, too, by the way. Same thing with Curry for me.
I mean,
I like Steph Curry way more than I ever did, let's say, even a decade ago. I'm now like, Steph seems pretty cool.
I put those two in the same bucket as ball players, but I agree with you on Durant the person. Whether it's Kay Adams' podcast, whether it's his own podcast, I think it's called The Boardroom. I do like Kevin more now. He doesn't seem as thin-skinned as previously. I guess maybe it is. I think I might be the point where, and I've fought against this for a while, because I understand that NBA fans might be over the older generation of players. My response has always been, it's good for the NBA. Having effectively four generations of superstars in the NBA, if we consider every 6 years a generation of superstar, having roughly 4 of those in the NBA at a time is good for the NBA, even if LeBron is 75% of what he used to be. I don't even think it's about the players. I think it's about the coverage of them.
Well, so that's interesting, though, because I don't know how Durant's going to be looked at 15, 25 years from now. Like, that to me is confusing, and I feel like when you talk about like these superstars, and every 5, 6 years we get one of them. Like, LeBron's got his place in there, Steph Curry's got his place in there. I think Giannis has even at this point carved out an interesting little pocket where he'll be remembered for a million years. Jokic is starting to be in some of the top 10 all-time conversations, but like when it comes to Durant, he's accomplished everything you can accomplish, but everyone just looks at him as you ring chased, you got it, and you didn't get your own. And so, like, I get the perception that 15 years from now, 20 years from now, we're not going to be like, is he a top 15 player of all time?
So I tend to think time is the utmost, like it's kindest to like the best players. So I almost would say like a guy like Barkley won an MVP, but never won an NBA title. I don't think time's been incredibly kind to his legacy.
Well, his TV appearances have been.
Well,
and that helped a lot.
But again, I think that's almost overshadowed his playing
career. So I wonder, though, if that's Durant's role, though, if it ends up being something like that, where he would have Barkley wouldn't have been forgotten. He dominated for too long of a stretch, but he was also in that secondary tier in a way that we're talking about with Durant. He might need another hook to stay relevant for 30 more years.
So there's a name that I'm going to throw out, and obviously this name has changed because he passed away. But he was the player that I gauge great players on, because I don't think he was a top 10 player in his time, meaning when he left the game, I don't think he was a top 10 all-time player. That's changed because he's passed, because people now have bumped him up. But for me, a long time, my superstar test was, do I think you're better than Kobe?
Yeah, and Durant fails that test.
I think Durant versus Kobe is a fascinating conversation. I would probably, if you said I could have one of those two players, I'd probably take Durant.
From an accomplishment standpoint, Durant is left in the dust.
I mean, Kobe, 3 of his titles were because of Shaq.
That's not how it's perceived at all.
Well, no, because he died. I'm not trying to be insensitive,
I don't know. You love Shaq. Shaq was your favorite player growing up. There's a lot more people that think that Shaq was there with Kobe than Kobe was there with Shaq.
Because they didn't watch the thing in real time, and because Kobe's passed. I'm not trying to be insensitive at all.
But even from MVPs down to titles, though, Kobe's left Durant in the dust in that.
I mean, Durant's got 2 titles. Listen, Kobe's got 2 titles.
I'm not. Excuse me?
Kobe was the best player on 2 championship teams. Kevin Durant was the best player.
You're rage baiting me right now. He's rage. Mac, is he rage baiting me right now?
I am not rage baiting you.
He's rage baiting me right now. Oh, you guys are both rage baiting me right now.
I'm not
You're acting like Kobe was like the 8th player off the bench and just along for the ride.
No, he's just not the best player on 3 of the 5 championship teams he played on.
Man, I hate this take from you. That's fine. Shaq was your favorite player growing up. I'm not going to be able to talk this one out of you.
Shaq was the better player for both of the first 2 titles at the very least. Shaq was the face of those teams. Kobe was a very good player. I'm not trying to take anything away from Kobe, but from those titles, it's not even just about perception. Shaq was otherworldly. He was his zenith.
He was your favorite player growing up. I think you got to. I think you're remembering that a little bit differently.
I'm not. I'm remembering how it was.
It's not my memory of it at all. My memory of it was they were a tandem. They hated each other. They didn't get along with each other at all. But they were a tandem. It was a Batman Robin type thing. But Kobe was not the one playing Robin in that role.
That's exactly why they broke up, is he wanted to be traded so he wouldn't be Robin to Shaq's Batman anymore.
No,
that's why that fell apart.
No, it fell apart because they didn't get along at all, and I think it bothered Shaq in many ways, as it probably should, that Kobe was a much more beloved Laker than Shaq ever was and ever will be. That's not even a debate.
216-474-0092. Get back to Kevin Durant.
So we just take away 3 titles?
We don't take them away, but he didn't get credit for them as the lead star. He wasn't the alpha on those teams.
That's insane. I just strongly disagree, but go ahead.
The lead in 5 minutes?
We ran out of time, yeah.
That's the fact.
Has a 4-win matchup ever been as massive
it's
to
amazing.
us?
It's amazing.
I mean, come on. This
is beating
gigantic.
my chest.
I am in. This is the biggest Browns game in a long time.
Biggest Browns game of the year.
Let's go.
You know what? It is. It's the biggest
Let's
Browns
go.
game of the year coming up on Sunday. And we're getting you ready for it all week long, Cleveland.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Ross Tucker coming up in about 20 minutes there. Got a lot to get to. I don't know if you heard about this. Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? Shadore Sanders spoke with the media today after being announced as the starter for Sunday. He was asked what his message was for Browns fans.
I know our fans have a lot of expectations and hope. I would be doing a disservice to myself and disservice to the organization if I didn't feel like I am the guy. I did everything I need to. I'm doing everything I need to prepare to be the best version of myself as possible. With the circumstances, everything got to be sped up, and that's great. You know, I like pressure in life. I'm just excited for everything. So, you know, I feel like I'm the guy. I know I'm the guy, but, you know, you just have to be able to see. I know a lot of y'all going to be there. I know you can't miss it. You cannot miss this moment. It'll be definitely exciting. We're going out there with a purpose, going out there mentally ready. No distractions, no anything. The game got to speak.
Yeah, I thought he handled everything obviously really well. It was interesting to hear him talk about like not knowing whether or not his dad was going to be there or not. He's like, I hadn't talked to him. Been a couple days. I don't know. He's like, Shiloh called me, but I told everyone basically don't call me. I'm busy, and if you want to get a hold of me, just come up to the house and show up.
I'm ready to see it. I've seen the Dylan thing.
I know. Well, hey, we got 2 more days here. We got 2 more.
You don't have to be a Shahader or a Shaporter to just be excited to see something different. And it might not be any good. You got to leave that door open too. But I just I'm surprised at the amount of people who themselves have told me they're not Shaporters, who've told me I'm pretty excited to see what the kid does on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's actually been really nice, the amount of people that are just they're just struck with curiosity, and they're trying to see how this whole thing plays out. Because anybody that definitively says they know one way or another, I mean, it's not possible based off of the information we have. Browns receiver Jerry Judy also spoke with reporters today. His media availability lasted 90 seconds with all of his answers sounding like this.
What have you seen of Shadore? We don't really get to watch very much practice, and I know he hasn't had first-team reps yet, but what kind of development have you seen in him over these past few months?
He consistently growing.
On that last drive, it looked like he was the most comfortable on that last drive. Did anything change with him at all? Feel better? What did you pick up on watching that last drive?
Just having multiple reps.
Is there a way to fast forward the process of trying to develop that timing and chemistry with that new guy?
No, you just need reps.
Yeah, this isn't great. And in fairness, we don't know why Jerry was the way he was today. Maybe he just had a bad day. Or maybe it's the fact that his team has won 5 games in going on 2 seasons, and he's got 356 yards and a touchdown this season, and looks to be on pace for a career low. Like most years, like if they were on pace to be like a 7 or 8 win team, and he was just having a down year statistically, I'd call him out for this. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, he's definitely not giving Shadore the same kind of energy today that he gave Dylan Gabriel for weeks. At the same point, I get it, Jerry. Whatever it is, man. 5 wins, maybe tops through 24, 25 games plus a bad year statistically. I get it.
I get it, but the timing is very peculiar. I guess here's the part I don't understand, though, because I get it, but I also don't. The part I don't understand is, like, you're supposed to have this big jolt with Shadore coming in. Like me, you, everyone that we talk to, everyone seems excited about what Sunday could potentially be, and Jerry did not seem to share that excitement. Jerry didn't come close to sharing that excitement.
What if part of the Browns' plan to get the most out of Shadore is Jerry's going to split more of the reps?
I know, and I think that's maybe what Jerry's scared of, is the idea that the Hungry Dogs crew that he's got there, with it's Larvadan and all those guys.
Caden Davis, the Milkman. We got 2 guys from the rowing team at Baldwin Wallace that are going to
do a Winklevoss reference for us there. That's where I thought you were going.
That only count as one because they're identical.
They're identical. It works that way.
Identical.
Hungry dogs run faster, Nick. That's what they tell me. Hungry dogs run faster.
If Shadore's good with Gage Larvadain and Cade Davis, I don't know. Are we going to get shirts made of Hungry Dogs?
I don't think it was an accident that in that press conference Hungry Dogs came up like 75 times by the reporters first, by the way. That was not Shadore pushing that. That was the reporters being like, all right, so how about the Hungry Dogs?
Which local comedian is going to redo the song Hungry Eyes to be Hungry Dogs?
Right now.
No.
You right now. Keep going. How's the rest of that one go?
I honestly only remember Hungry Eyes. I don't remember the rest of it. Mostly because I also have hungry eyes all the time.
I'm a little hungry right now.
Famished, even. Nice try, Fatty. Baskin and Phelps got heated today when questioning if Shadore Sanders should get credit for the Browns being in a position to win against the Ravens last Sunday.
He gave you the opportunity to go, oh my God, he's got a chance. That's all I'm asking for.
He was 2 of 7 on the final drive.
I don't care. What I care about
I know. I think you're misguided on this.
I think you're wrong.
I think you're wrong. So there you go.
Okay, well then we're even on that.
Not much more we can say about that one.
Do I think he's a great quarterback? I don't know. He's only played two quarters.
I just think your thought process is completely off on this.
I think you're totally wrong when a guy has a chance to put the ball in the end zone and they have a chance to score. Really matter what
patting him on the back like he accomplished. He didn't accomplish squat.
Should I? What are you
he
talking
accomplished
about?
One of the most historically bad debuts in NFL history.
Did
phenomenal,
the Browns have a chance to win? That's all I'm asking.
No.
Did they? You're wrong.
No,
You're
they
just
didn't
wrong.
They didn't make a big play.
That was you and me. That was you and me about Kobe and Shaq.
I'm still mad about your misremembering of that whole situation.
I believe that.
Because you're going to think that I'm the one misremembering, and I know that's not true.
Did Shaq have the higher win shares in each one of those years, or did Kobe?
Who had the highest MVP voting in 2 out of the 3 years? Kobe Bryant had higher MVP voting than Shaq.
Mr. Analytics nerd.
Who averaged 30 points a game in the playoffs in the 0-1 titles?
Who had the higher win shares each of those seasons?
He
Shaq.
averaged 30 points a game.
Biscuit, who had the higher VORP each one of those seasons? Bank Biscuit Shaq.
VORP?
That's a real
replacement player. I know.
Mr. Analytics,
I know what it
Mr.
is.
Moneyball.
Value over replacement player. I know what it is. Basketball's advanced analytics.
I've heard you talk about QBR. I don't want to hear that
you're the
VORP is
QBR
problematic.
guy. I hate QBR.
You love one of the ratings.
Now you have to find out which one. I need to let people in on this that just join the idea. Nick was trying to take away Kobe's 3 titles completely.
Yeah, he doesn't get credit because he wasn't 5. The best player.
He's got 5, but 3 of them are just gone.
You get the Pau
so I need to ask you then. I need to ask you this because I was thinking about this. All right, if we're getting rid of Kobe's titles, even though he had higher MVP shares in 2 out of the 3 years that they won the titles,
voting, which is subject to
neither here nor there. Who gets the credit for the 2 Warriors titles? They won 3, obviously, but I'm talking about the 17-18 ones with Durant. Since Durant's in town tonight, who gets credit for that?
He was the better player than Steph Curry.
I mean, he won the Finals MVP in both those years. I just want to I didn't know who was getting credit for that. So Steph gets. It's not like an idea that they all get to share these titles.
Somebody's got to be Pippen.
In the big picture of all this, Pippen still won titles. He still won 6 titles. According to you, he won 0.
Scottie Pippen is treated.
So Pippen won 0 titles. All
he did was hold Michael up while he was at the urinal.
That's how you're treating Kobe Bryant in those Lakers years.
By saying he just doesn't get the full alpha credit.
So Scottie gets 0 titles.
No.
Well, he's not the best player in any of those championships.
0.1 for each one of those titles.
You get 0.1.
Yeah.
So does Kobe have 2.2 titles?
2.3.
Oh, sorry, 2.3.
Yeah.
He gets 2.3. 2.3 titles for Kobe. I just want to know for when we do the big picture
Shaq
things.
has 4 titles because he has 3 with the Lakers and 1 with Miami.
Well, and he wasn't the best player in that team. Dwayne Wade was. In 06?
Yes.
Stop giving me this look of you idiot. Of course he was the better player in What are you?
I'm not giving you the look. You're just projecting your feelings off my face. I can't help what my face does.
You're back to rage baiting me again.
I'm not rage baiting you.
You're back to rage baiting me again.
I am not rage baiting you. I think I've read a lot of books about those Lakers team. I've read every book Phil Jackson's read.
Every book Phil Jackson's read, you've read.
And written too, even.
Okay.
And I haven't read Sun Tzu yet.
I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know how deep your arsenal went.
But then I'll truly know who was the best Laker.
Didn't know we could do this to titles.
We do it with everybody. The best player gets a credit, and then everybody else gets sidecar credit.
You get 0.1.
Okay, the 0.1 thing, I was being facetious.
There's a part of you that's being facetious. There's also a part of you that's very serious about it.
Do you agree?
I don't agree that
there's
Shaq
one
would
guy
know.
that gets The number one credit, you're the alpha on the team.
On most teams, that's true. In Jordan, for instance, that's true. With LeBron, I think that's true. I think there are other teams where it's not as easy as that. And
Name
it is
them.
the Lakers are one of
Other
them.
than
The Warriors are one of them. Like, I think there are.
Other than them.
I just think this is how we do this in the NBA. There are certain teams that you get to work as the collective, and then there are other teams where it's just not true.
You know, Clyde Drexler, here's your 2 titles. Because Hakeem, yep, he was the best, but you were also really good.
Jokic gets full credit. Everyone else gets bonus partial credit.
No. According to you, Michael Porter Jr., best player in the championship, potentially.
He still won the title. He did win the title, but it's obvious, in certain instances are obvious. Giannis in Milwaukee.
As good as Nikola Jokic.
Giannis in Milwaukee. Some of them are obvious. But Celtics in 08, not as obvious. Not as obvious.
Ask Paul Pierce.
That's a big 4 right there. Well, yeah, you're right. Ray Allen's still mad about how this whole thing went down.
That's also another place. Rajon Rondo got kicked out of the credit brigade, and he was one of the 4 best players on that team.
See how this is hard? Who gets credit for the Cavs if they win a title this year?
Donovan.
And so Mobley gets the 0.1. We need to adjust the basketball reference grades on these. You have the title, but it has to come with like a silver.
Vorp.
It's got like a silver plate next to it. You get the Nick Wilson 0.1.
Ooh, championship pie. Hey, everybody gets a section of the pie.
I do like pie.
Who doesn't like pie?
I do like pie.
That's the lead. We got through 3 of the clips.
Let's be honest, we got to what we wanted to get to. Okay?
We did. All right.
It was always coming back to that. It's going to happen
Shaq
now.
Better than Kobe. When we come back, the great Ross Tucker, he's going to be on the call for Browns Raiders coming up on Sunday on CBS. We'll get his take on Shadore Sanders, his expectations in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
Tip-off from Rocket Arena is at 7 o'clock. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place for a full recap of practice in Berea. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. I'd like to make fun of Virginia Tech in a short amount of time. Not right now, because we've got we got our guy here on the line, but at some point you deserve to lose. And not because they hired James Franklin. I actually think that was a very good hire by them. But we'll make fun of them. In no time, we'll table the Kobe versus Shaq talks, probably for never again. But Shadore Sanders is making his first career start this weekend. Our next guest has been the target of the Shahive. They've been big mad at him. Yeah. And Ross is one of those fellas that just calls it like he sees it. And on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL insider on the Fan Hotline. Ross, welcome back to the show.
What's up, fellas? How are you?
Doing all right. Good. Doing all right. I will say, slightly more excited to watch Shadore Sanders start this weekend than Dylan Gabriel.
Well, you should be extremely excited because word on the street is that there's going to be an incredible color analyst for that game on Sunday.
I believe his name.
Oh, we got Archuleta again?
Very good, Jonathan. Very good. No, it'll be me, and it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. Very, very excited. I mean, listen, as a broadcaster, right, you want the most people watching possible. You want the most excitement possible. So certainly it's fortuitous from that standpoint that this will be Shadore's first start. And I think, like everybody else, I'm as excited as everybody else is to see how he looks, how well he plays when he has a game plan that's totally built around him and his skill set. He gets all the reps during the week. I mean, I'm thrilled for him. I'm not thrilled that, Dylan Gabriel suffered a concussion, but I'm thrilled for him, and I guess by extension me, that I get to call this game. It's there's a lot of people really fired up about it, including me.
Well, all right, so let's go with what you saw from last week then. Obviously at the very end, I feel like a lot of people with that final drive, there's some things to latch on to, but how did you see it?
It's funny because when I watched, I saw the stats first, and then I watched the game. And when I watched it, I thought he performed better than the statistics. If you just look at 4 of 16 and the pick and the sacks, you're like, oh my gosh, it was terrible. I don't think it was that terrible. I liked some of his pocket movement. I liked some of the escapability. I liked the throw to Larvidan. I mean, I know he wants the one back to Bond, which would have been a touchdown. I guess I came away thinking it was probably about what I expected, but a little bit better than if you just looked at the statistics. I think the people that are crushing him and saying he was terrible or whatever, I think those are probably the people that just are going by the statistics and didn't actually watch it. Because when you actually watch it, I don't know, it just felt better to me than 4 of 16.
All right, with that, how much different? Because this has been the talk. He has not gotten first-team reps ever with the Browns until today. How much different, how much better can he be? How much better can 1 week of rep, 3 days of practices with the ones make Shadore Sanders?
I would say a lot. I think it makes a huge, huge difference. You're talking about going from a game plan designed for Dylan Gabriel and not getting any reps and going against a very good defense in the Baltimore Ravens. And now instead, you're having a game plan totally designed around your skill set which, by the way, is different than Dylan Gabriel's. You're getting every single repetition that week. So every play they're going to run on Sunday, they will effort to try to get him that look in practice this week. And I think as much as anything, just throwing the ball to Jerry Judy and Tillman and these guys so he gets a better feel for the nuances that every route runner has. And the Raiders' defense isn't nearly as good as the Ravens. So there's a lot of things going in his favor for this game. I will say this, though. Every play shouldn't be a referendum on whether or not he's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL or not. And in fact, this just one game shouldn't be that. I think what you want to see in this game is you want to see the flashes of the things that he did at Colorado that made a lot of people think he was worthy of a first-round pick, or at least no later than a second-round pick. You want to see those things come to fruition. You want to see, the innate spatial awareness, the touch, the accuracy. We know he has the toughness. Goodness gracious, he took some vicious shots at Colorado, which is probably the thing I respect the most about him. But I think you just want to, you know what you want? You want at the end of this game to say, you know what? I think there's something there. I want to see even more from this guy.
Yeah, no question about that. Ross, when you sit down with Shadore, or even, let's even say Stefanski, as you guys get ready to call this game, what's the one thing that you're kind of like itching to find out?
Ooh, that's a good question. You know what? I guess I'm curious to talk with Tommy Rees, to talk with Kevin Stefanski about what they really think Shadore does well and what they've designed, what they have in mind for him this week. I mean, it's not like they're going to hand me the opening script. It doesn't work that way. But they will be pretty forthcoming with, hey, he really is good at this. He really does this well. We really like him and think this will work for him. We'll probably stay away from this, probably stay away from that. I have my own ideas as to what some of those things might be, but I'm really curious to hear it coming from them, who's been around him as much as they have. You know, I remembered when I did the Ravens game, was that week 2? Yeah, week 2, when I did the Ravens game, and they talked about the extra periods they were having, I think mainly for Shadore. I mean, to some extent, Gabriel and all the other rookies, but mainly for Shadore. They knew that they had a really young team and a lot of rookies, and they were trying to build this thing so that these young players got better this year, which, by the way, is unique. Not every team does that. Not every team is as invested in the development of their young players like the Browns have been this year. And based on some of the quotes I've read, it doesn't even seem like the Browns have done this before. It feels like this is some of the things they've done are even new for them, knowing kind of the uniqueness of having A, this many rookies, and B, 2 rookie quarterbacks.
Ross, Myles Garrett, real good at football. He's got 15 sacks through 10 games. He is on pace for 25 sacks this year, which would, of course, be the NFL single-season sack record. I feel like every couple of years we get somebody who comes close to pushing the record, gets to 19, 20 sacks. At what point, with 7 games to go, what point does this become a real conversation about Myles' ability not just to get close to the record, but certainly surpass it?
I think when he hits 20, sacks come in bunches, and goodness knows he knows that because he's had 10 the last 3 weeks, including one game with 5, one game with 4. He could just as easily have a couple games in a row where he has none. The thing that's crazy is that we even still use that metric as necessarily like the gold standard, because he might even have a better game and have double-digit pressures in a game with all high-quality, quick pressures where he's getting to the quarterback in less than 2.5 seconds, but end up with 0 sacks. Whereas I thought Lamar Jackson held on to the ball too long on some of those. And I don't want to say gifted him some sacks, but some of those sacks I would say were half on Lamar and half coverage sacks, a couple of them. It wasn't like it was necessarily Miles just blowing by. I've seen other games, guys, where Miles is just abusing the offensive tackle or the double team, but the quarterback's getting rid of it so quickly, he's not actually getting sacks. So it's a tough metric. I think you got to wait till he gets 20, because until then, you just don't know. I mean, he could have. I mean, I don't know if you guys have watched the Raiders, but he could have 4 or 5 in this game. I mean, he could have a lot in this game, or maybe they are so dedicated to not allowing that to happen that he doesn't have any. I'll just say what he's done the last 6 years, what he's doing this year, it is insanity. It's insanity, because the first thing the head coach talks about on Wednesday morning is Myles Garrett. He's the game wrecker. We're not going to let him beat us. We're not going to let this guy, go off on us. And then he does. I mean, I can't even tell you how impressive it is what he's doing, because what they're trying to do is have not a single play where it's a passing down and Miles is one-on-one. That's the goal of the offense. We know we can't block him one-on-one. Let's never allow that to happen. Yet sometimes Schwartz moves him around. He moves around to get to happen. Sometimes he beats a man and a half or beats 2 guys. Sometimes it's just relentless. And for him to do what he's doing on a team that almost never has the lead, it's not like this is late in the game when you're up 2 scores and they're passing the ball every down. He can just tee off. He's doing this on a team that pretty much never has the lead. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, right now, if I had a vote, which I don't, he's the Defensive Player of the Year in the NFL. Schlesinger is the Defensive Rookie of the Year in the NFL, which is just incredible to say on a 2-8 football team.
Yeah, no, it really is. And what's interesting about that, though, is that like the extremes of that, right? Like the defense, Ross, is so good, and we're constantly talking about how great they are, and then the offense is just so inept, and it's so bad. And so, like, as far as the difference between the extremes, yeah, I mean, the Bengals have it from like an offensive side to their defensive side, but they have the offense part of this. What does it tell you when you construct a team that is so defensive focused and defensive heavy, where all the talent is?
Yeah, I don't know that was the goal. I think that on some level that's just kind of where they ended up.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a situation where, Miles obviously is Miles. And then this draft, they went very, very heavy on offense. But the first 2 picks were Mason Graham and Schlesinger. Then they went high volume on offense. Those guys turned into very, very good picks, especially Schlesinger. I think, they obviously signed Deshaun Watson for a reason, because it's funny because obviously the talent is where it is on the defensive side. I'd be curious, Jonathan, to know where the money is. I mean, does Deshaun offset the money so much that they still are spending more money on offense than defense? My guess is probably yes.
I mean, oddly enough, they spent so much money in the offensive line that is now just old and broken down. You gave Bitonio money, as you should. You gave Teller money, a bunch of money. You gave Conklin a bunch of money. So there's a lot in the offensive line that is just old and broken.
It's a shame. It's funny how often this is the case in the NFL, but it's like right when the defense is elite, the offense is they don't have it at quarterback. They don't have it at receiver. And even the offensive line is not what they used to be. That's why it's hard. It's hard to win the NFL. It's hard to have all of those things really going well at the same time, because you have to hit on your draft picks. You have to hit on the quarterback. You have to sign the right guys. The trades you make have to supplement it well, which, by the way, Tyson Campbell trade's looking pretty darn good right now. I mean, that's another move that they made. I don't know what it is, where it feels like almost every move they make on defense works, and a lot of the moves they make on offense don't. It's like the Steelers are unbelievable at drafting wide receivers, but then other positions like offensive line they screw up. Or Bill Belichick could never draft a good receiver, but he was amazing at other positions. I don't know how that happens. Where there's the Ravens for years and years and years couldn't draft a decent receiver to save their life, but yet every other position, like they would draft these Pro Bowlers. It's kind of wild how that works.
Ross, the NFC looks mostly chalk right now, and the AFC looks like a mess. None of the top 4 seeds from last year are any of the top 4 seeds of this year. If you had to pick a team to come out of the AFC, are you going with one of the standards, the Chiefs, the Bills, the whatnots, or are you going with one of the upstarts this year?
Really good question. I can't wait till that happens. I'm really curious to see a wild card weekend. Let's just say that the Bills and Chiefs are both wild cards, which I think is probably likely at this point, and they're playing at New England, at Indy, whatever. I can't wait to see the betting line for those games. I am fascinated by that. I mean, listen, the fact that the Chiefs were 3.5-point favorites at Denver on Sunday already tells you something about that, and I think it might be even more pronounced when you get to the postseason. I still think that the Broncos are pretty good. Drake May's pretty good. The Colts are playing well. I mean, who are you guys going to pick in those games? I'll be picking the Bills and Chiefs. I'm pretty confident. We'll see how the rest of the season plays out. But in a playoff game where it really matters, I'm going to take the better quarterback, I believe, and the pedigree over the upstart, which I think is a lot of people, which is maybe unfair, but the upstarts have to prove that they're playoff ready.
Yeah, I'll be taking the Bills and the Chiefs too. But it is fun going around telling people all day today that the Panthers have more wins than the Chiefs.
I mean, the crazy thing is the Chiefs could really easily lose on Sunday again to the Colts. Colts are getting Charvarius Ward back. The Kansas City Chiefs could be 5-6, and it's funny because as you guys know, I work for CBS, so that's the Chiefs get really good ratings. So it's a lot of the Jim Nantz, Tony Romo games. I think they're actually more interesting this year. It's like one thing when they win all the time and like they're the number 1 seed. I'm looking forward to seeing the Chiefs in desperation mode. The Chiefs in we got to win this game to even potentially make the playoffs mode.
I think a lot of people are. Ross, great stuff, buddy. We appreciate you. Can't wait to hear you in the call. And again, always on Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. Shout out to my boys. Just remember that statement.
You know what's so funny about that? I've thought about this, and if I get the chance, last game I said I go on with Sports Talk Radio in Cleveland every week. I know what they're going to ask me. I'm thinking for this one, listen, I go on the most popular sports talk show in Cleveland with Jonathan Peterlin every single Wednesday. He does an amazing job, and I know what Jonathan Peterlin is going to ask me on Cleveland Sports Talk Radio. Jonathan Peterlin is going to say this.
People are going to Google Jonathan Peterlin. They're going to see me right next to it. No. People are going to see my name right next to it. So I'm getting some glow off there, Ross. Ross, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, Ross.
Later, dudes.
Later, dude. That was Odyssey. NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross Tucker. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Shadore Sanders will be making his first start for the Browns this weekend, marking the team's third starting quarterback of the year after Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel. In speaking with the media earlier today, the rookie talked about how supportive his teammates have been.
The teammates are definitely a big portion of everything, but at the same time, they have their own jobs they have to do also. So I have to take that upon myself to know that I have the responsibility, to bring this team a win on our side of the ball, so I got to do what's necessary to do that.
Dylan Gabriel didn't participate in practice today as he's still in concussion protocol. David Njoku and
and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swift for Power Mop. Swift for Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Going to the Cavs game tonight? Get the starting five during afternoon drive. And make overtime your post-game soundtrack as you head home. 92.3 The Fan.
Every play shouldn't be a referendum on whether or not he's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL or not. And in fact, this just one game shouldn't be that. I think what you want to see in this game is you want to see the flashes of the things that he did at Colorado that made a lot of people think he was worthy of a first-round pick, or at least no later than a second-round pick. You want to see those things come to fruition. You want to see, the innate spatial awareness, the touch, the accuracy. You know what you want? You want at the end of this game to say, you know what? I think there's something there. I want to see even more from this guy.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, in his weekly hit with us, usually 4 p.m. on Wednesdays. Today, he graciously moved to 5:20. It should be noted that Ross is right, that every play, every snap, every moment shouldn't be a referendum on any young quarterback. Unfortunately, Shadore is getting the first-round treatment on this one, and maybe then some, in that, first-round quarterbacks, every game, every snap, every moment, you're only as good as your last play of the last game. Shadore's getting that despite being a fifth-round pick.
Yeah, the difference here is that the first-rounders at least get another week to go do it. And I don't know that Shadore's going to have another week if he doesn't ball out this week. This is his opportunity. I'm about to go to an Eminem thing here. Your one chance, your one opportunity. But, this is it. And so he's got to make it look good. I'm sorry. Other first-round picks do have a chance to have the long runway, to prove themselves. Shadore just doesn't. He's got this game.
And I think to the last thing Ross said, which is you want to see some of the things that made him good at Colorado.
Yeah, like the elite accuracy, for instance.
I think the problem is, I think the people that are hopeful about Shadore on Sunday, I think you're going to see enough to be like, oh, hey, I can see why he belongs in the NFL. And then I think the people who are Shadore detractors, I think they're going to also say, wow, but you saw the holding on to the ball too long. Well, you saw the bailing out of the pocket and turning your back to the defense. The reality is I don't expect those things to go away overnight. So unless he has historically good or historically bad, man, I just feel like people are going to – I feel like it's only going to add more fuel to a fight instead of tamping it down, right? Now that Shadore gets first-team reps – all right, let's put away the first-team reps conversation about what happened in the past, because now you at least get to see it. So that's a narrative that goes away. Most of the narratives, unless he has a holy crap electric game or a holy crap electrically bad game, yeah, I think people are just going to see what they want to with Shadore.
Well, even in remember the Panthers preseason game, not that this is the end-all be-all, but that was not a perfect game. There were some moments in that game that looked a little all right, maybe that wasn't the best play in the world, but he had looked so otherworldly good in the other parts of it that it just overshadowed all of that. And that is what I think Shadore is going to have to try to do, something like that, where you get to make your little mistakes here and there, and but the good is it'll just cover it all up. It's got to be the idea.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, just the push and pull between the best versions of Shadore and the worst versions of Shadore on Sunday. Because I'm wondering, how many the passes to Harold Fannin do we have to see before we're like, all right, I want more of this.
I think just one. One was all it took for a lot of people.
Well, but I mean,
it was good that we saw it.
That's one-on-one drive, and I think it helped him that it was on the last drive.
In one game, one complete game, yes. How many of those? Because think about it, Dylan Gabriel had a 26-yard pass in that game in the first half, and that was the longest pass he's had this entire season. So, if we get a couple of those in the game, I think a lot of people, and really that's the idea of it, though. Are you stretching the field? Are you giving your offense a true chance? And if he looks like he is, then I think that's going to be enough for people.
Well, and I think this is the one fly in the ointment on the thing around him sucks, which is fair. The offensive line has not played well. The running game is just not firing because teams are expecting it, and they know the Browns are only going to run between the tackles. There's even, the reverse game. Woo, you got a jet sweep going, guys. Once a game.
Ashley earlier, and I love Ashley, but it was like the Malachi Corley thing. She's like, what a raving success this is. And I was
fairness,
like, huh?
In fairness, how many times have we watched the jet sweep thing just not work for them?
It's good that this one is kind of working, but
you
it's
get
also
one a game.
That's it, though. It's like this is not the thing we should be raving about.
But like everyone's saying, well, he doesn't have the situation around him to be good. It's fair. Neither does Jackson Dart. And Keith has actually been all over this when we've talked. I think Keith's spot on. Like, you can watch Jackson Dart play for the Giants and go, there's something there. That's a good football player.
He's got moxie.
And
he's got enough there.
If you improve the things around him, that's going to give you a really chance to be a really nice team for a couple years, right?
But the Giants' offensive line is still grading out way better than what the Browns is. They're 7th right now in PFF.
Fair, but
like our offensive line, and I mean, you know this. You're a big line guy. Like, your offensive line, they're not just 32nd; they're dead last by a mile.
But I think, like, we start thinking about ways to overcome some of the issues around you. Well, the quarterback throwing the ball deep is going to make it easier for Quinshon Judkins to score some points and to get some good runs in. You know what I mean?
For sure. And even within that, by the way, because basically what you're speaking to is an idea of overcoming obstacles.
Yes.
And what I've always loved and appreciated about the Shadore camp and the people around Shadore Sanders, all they've ever asked for is an opportunity. They are not the ones to point out 32nd offensive line and wide receivers that are in the wrong spots, etc. They're not the ones to do that. And so if that's true, and you can overcome all this stuff, then show us.
I may have to change my stance on Shadore Sanders, in that it might be time to take a stance on Shadore Sanders. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Texans host the Bills. In a bounce-back win last week, Josh Allen posted 6 touchdowns and moved Buffalo to 7-3. Now they face a Texans team on a 2-game winning streak. Marcel Reese joins me for the call of the Bills at the Texans on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland is Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Oh, boy. We got In Case You Missed It coming up in roughly, carry the 40 minutes there. And I would like to point out, I think I'm out on James Franklin of Virginia Tech.
Was it the laughing during it? I saw Albert tweeting out a video about the laughing. And Albert didn't insinuate this, but now I'm insinuating it, as if there was like plants in the press conference to basically make it seem like he was the funniest person ever.
Could have been the guy that he used to work with in Charlotte, Kyle Bailey, who's a total trout sniffer.
Oh, you think so, huh? You think he was the one laughing in these?
Oh, he's the biggest kiss ass I ever met.
Okay, then.
And I've met people that work on this station.
Yeah.
He is.
Okay, then.
He is. And then
I've never met the guy. I don't know.
And then one day he'll come in and be like, well, guys, I think I was right about telling you about. It's like, stop. You're from Virginia. Stop with that accent.
So you think that was his laugh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I couldn't confirm it. But it sounded like a trout sniffer, and Kyle Bailey is most certainly a huge trout sniffer.
Okay. Nice to know you guys liked each other.
It's just one of two guys I'd never worked with again for any amount of money on the planet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think I know the other guy.
Yeah. Would you have like a name?
No.
For him? No.
That's uncouth.
We're just having fun.
Hey, we're having fun. I think I know.
We might have discussed it in great length. James Franklin, here goes there. That being said, I'm out on James Franklin of Virginia Tech, who, again, great hire. Proven, recruits that area well. I think they're not going to have national expectations. The expectation will be just to be among the playoff periphery and maybe not in it every year. That's where James Franklin belongs. But the reason I'm out is Virginia Tech is from Front Office Sports. In addition to hiring James Franklin, the school has approved $229 million for its athletics department. The Hokies are calling it the Invest to Win. That is just lame.
What is it? Doesn't Penn State have a really lame name for theirs that that came out after finding out basically that they have like $300 million that they could be spending on? Yep. They all have lame names.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That's why Penn State consistently underserved. This is like
you're
signing a check to a lady of the night.
Oh, is that what this
is? For boom boom time.
One thing I love about like Texas Tech is that Texas Tech at least seems like they're very upfront about it just being oil money.
Yes.
And it's like all the signs are like, hey, we're oil rich. It doesn't matter what we do, basically.
It's a little too nerdy for me, right? Invest to win. No. I want to just shove them in a locker.
In case you're confused about what the money's for.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was invest because we're kind of bored.
Is earmarked for winning.
Yes.
As opposed to years past where your money was earmarked towards obvious losing.
Now, this over here, this money, this is for existing, this is for winning, and then this is for, gambling debts, basically.
All the gambling debts. I'm trying to think of what the different names are for Texas Tech.
Nerdy as hell.
It's nerdy, but
invest to win.
I also don't know that we should be coming up with like really cool, catchy names for these things either. I kind of like the money people having lame names.
Shouldn't it just be the athletic budget? Like, that's what it is?
Yeah.
Slogans, by the way.
Yeah.
Slogans, unless it's just do it. Unless it's like a high level branding thing. What are we doing? A lot of slogans really stink. They do. Let's just be honest about it.
Like Texas Tech, though, not the NIL stuff, but the other stuff is like the Permanent University Fund, the Texas University Fund. It's kind of lame. I don't want to donate to those. I don't want to donate to the one that you're talking about with Virginia Tech either. I really just don't want to donate my money.
But it should only be fun things.
It's the John Mulaney bit, though. I paid as much as the Civil War cost, and you want more from me?
Cars?
No, thank you.
Cars? Players?
I got a scholarship to school. I didn't pay a cent, and I have zero interest in donating to my school.
Cars, Players, and Toots Fund.
Didn't pay any money. I have zero interest in donating.
Cars, Players, and Toots Fund. Bam. It tells you those are 3 things everyone can get behind.
We call them Toots.
Yeah, right? The fun way. It's better than Invest to Win. This goes back to Electrolyte Tuesday. I don't know why I went there. Electrolyte Tuesday.
Your impression of Ken there for a second.
Versus just a 8-ball in a safe house in Dallas in the 1990s. Like, I'm sorry. You can either have electrolytes or you can have a lot of fun in a room with whoever you want and some substances.
Talk about how confused I am of that, by the way, just for a second. Do you have clarity for me here? She called them electrolyte martinis.
Yeah. It's just water with electrolytes in it.
There's no alcohol involved here at all, right? There's not actual martinis that they're putting a bunch of. In my mind, I was
such an alcoholic.
I was definitely thinking they just. I don't know.
These can't be martinis. They don't have any alcohol.
I was thinking maybe they put some of the Propel packages in there into a martini.
I think that's
and that was like an electrolyte martini for them.
The worst.
And it was like, this is how we get best of both worlds.
See, here's the problem.
That sounds like she's on a date, and the bartender, you have to mix up this electrolyte martini.
Is that some flavoring?
I now just so badly want to just take a little vodka tonight, and I have electrolyte powder, and I just want to just try it. Just see what it tastes like.
What's going to happen? Nothing's going to... I use the Mio squirt things that are supposed to have all sorts of different stuff in there.
You can just call them Mio things. Yeah.
Yeah, I use those. I put those with vodka all the time.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll do a couple squirts, mix it up, we're all good.
Yeah, I don't think it's that.
In my mind, I was like, all right, kind of... it's kind of lame,
show up to electrolyte martini
that's how they get down. What's even lamer thinking it's just a bunch of water and electrolytes? These guys, these squares are just sitting around just having, here's our packets of electrolytes and let's put it with water. This has to happen on a Tuesday?
You're not
This
wrong.
feels like an everyday thing, if anything.
You're not wrong. But I just want you to show up
I've ever heard.
to Electrolyte Tuesday.
I thought they were real
with
martinis.
Some Mio in a cocktail.
I thought
and
we
just
were really
be like,
getting
hey,
down.
what's mine? I'll try yours.
I'm not even a martini guy, but I was like, all right, if they're into martinis. I thought that was the foo-foo part of the program. Was that they were drinking martinis. I don't know about that, guys.
Well, real men drink moonshine.
That whole convo was built on the idea that if Ashley went on a date with a guy and the guy ordered a martini, maybe that's the wrong guy for her.
Yeah. And she fought back on that one. Gotta say, the Ashley Bastock stock, she's an incredible guest, incredibly nice.
Stock goes so well.
The Bastock stock is going down. It's down the tubes.
That's a branding. We need some branding around the Bastock stock.
What about just the Bastock?
I don't know. I don't know why I'm wheezing again, but I guess wheezing is my answer.
It's probably the martinis.
I'm thinking of the cheaper purpose.
The meals and the martini.
It's the cheaper purpose versus the sheep purpose. First, whatever the hell we tried calling it earlier that didn't make any sense. You do it now.
No,
it's your dumb name.
No.
You do it now.
The supporters versus
Supporters.
It's been a long day, guys.
It's been a long day.
It's just been a long day.
Very dumb.
We're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun. I really did think. I was like, what lames? They're all just getting together.
I just would
putting
love
some Propel energy drinks into their martinis.
I just want you to show up to the team facilities with booze. And just like, all right, I'll try some of yours. You try some of mine. And just Mason Graham just spits it out like it's holy water.
You know there's like some football players from like the early 2000s that heard that on the broadcast and thought to themselves, wait a second, this isn't my NFL.
If you told Michael Irvin,
my NFL.
If you told Michael Irvin about what the hell's it, Electrolyte Tuesday, he would punch Mason Graham in the face.
Immediately.
And by the way, probably would do the same thing to Dylan Gabriel, and Dylan Gabriel would just never get out of the concussion protocol.
It's weird. They all live near each other, and so they're all just really tight friends.
Hey,
and they all just do this.
You having some electrolytes? Can I come over and can I get a little Mio? Can you give me a little squirt over there?
Their bodies they're such temples, Nick. They couldn't possibly just get down on a Tuesday.
When I look at Mason Graham, I think his body is a temple.
Right? That's the funniest part about all this. Mason Graham, of all people, the man who looks like he should, if they were making a costume character of him, one would come with a 30 rack, okay? It would be right there. And he's the one that has to do Electrolyte Tuesdays. He hates the situation.
No, he doesn't. He's behind it. He's the progenitor
no,
of it.
I got there with Schlesinger and all these guys, and I thought we were all going to just have a good time, and everyone just wants to do Electrolyte Tuesdays, and now we're too deep into it, and I can't get out. He's like, I thought this was going to be an extension of college, and here I am. Just drinking up some Propels.
By the way, I think he's the whole driving force behind it. And by the way, because I think that's how Ashley put it. Am I fair? Like, am I remembering that correctly? Because initially I thought it was Dylan Gabriel, and I was like, wow, I am so beyond out on Dylan Gabriel.
She had that in the Mason Graham article, but I don't know that Mason Graham, he might be the leader of this. I'm not sure.
216-474-0092. Electrolyte Tuesday. Does this make you think? I mean, that sounds like something you'd do on a 2-win team.
Oh, her headline: no garnish, no spotlight. Mason Graham is the Electrolyte Martini of Cleveland's defense. That is a banging headline.
That's not bad.
That is a banging headline.
The Bastock going through the roof again.
She got the idea for that, and then that was the whole reason why the article was written.
All right, so let's see, Martini,
which is
recipe.
funny because she's not much of the type of person to be like, hey guys, I actually had this like a month ago, or I actually was talking about this like way before everyone else, and she was very adamant, like, yeah, I was on this one. This was my story, and the broadcast just lifted it and took it as their own.
Well, you see. The electrolyte powder is like the gin in this, and then the water is like the dry vermouth. That's why it's like that's why it's an electrolyte martini.
Gabriel said, "We'll all get together and I'll shake up the electrolyte."
What do you think that looks like, JP?
He's just out here shaking. He's Tom Cruise.
He's a lefty, so it's one of these.
Oh, what a lame. I mean, what an absolute lame.
Yeah, okay.
It's Dylan Gabriel, man. Come on.
If Shadore wants to win me over.
You're not even.
If Shadore wants to win me over, he will cancel Electrolyte Tuesday effectively going forward.
Oh my God, what writing is this? Ashley, you're incredible. No fancy glassware, no olives, just a few teammates, electrolyte mix, and a rookie defensive tackle who would rather blend in than stand out.
Oh my God.
That's great. That's a good wine. That's good.
We'll be back in like 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
so many cravings, so many ways to save. Step into the holidays and elevate your Thanksgiving today. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
We're thinking about Bernie as he's going through his medical situation here. He knows that we're with him and he's with us. So just sending all the good vibes, good thoughts I can to Bernie right now.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. In case you missed it, coming up in 20 minutes. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. Can I maintain being Switzerland? Or given the heightened nature of the Shadore Sanders conversation, do I have to declare myself as a Shahater or Shaporter?
Dealer's choice. It's your call. It's whatever really you want to do with it.
Because I got to be honest with you, the anti-Shadore folks who are also Cleveland Browns fans might just push me to do it.
I would prefer if you did, if we're being honest about it, but it's your call. It's whatever you want to do.
You know what it is? It's the Shapanic.
There's been a lot of Shapanic that has set in.
I mean, Ken has every right to feel the way that he feels, but hearing Ken say today, I expect him to be bad on Sunday. I'm like, that's just panic. That's living in our fears. I don't think we should be doing that. So, even hearing that, I'm like, what the hell are we doing? And, here's the thing. If Shadore was Johnny Manziel off the field, meaning we had reports that he was not showing up to meetings, that he wasn't working hard, that he was partying, that he was getting in fights at the 9. I probably wouldn't be tempted to do this.
Yeah.
But all I've seen is a kid be a really decent kid, a really decent human being, interested in other people, and people continue to hate him more. Again, he has not played outside of 2 quarters. He's not played in Cleveland. And the frustration with Shadore has grown leaps and bounds every week.
It's kind of wild, and it's really nothing that he's done himself. But all right, so are you gonna rip the Band-Aid off, and are you gonna choose a side, or gonna remain with Switzerland? I couldn't even say it. We almost said something else. Did you have to dump that? You might have had to dump that.
No, you didn't have to dump it. It's fine. We're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
I don't know because I'm the same way. I kind of chastised Albert for reacting to the noise around Shadore.
I feel like the anti-Shadore people, they've been waiting to choose a side, and they finally just got to choose that side for themselves. Mm-hmm. And then once they chose that side, they've just dug themselves even further and further. Even Lima, for instance, and I don't even know if he truly is an anti-Shadore person. If he doesn't like being labeled that, I'm sorry, I apologize. But
I don't care. But we apologize for nothing.
But the idea that it seemed like in the past couple weeks he then legitimately chose this side that he was anti, and then you just kind of, all right, my feet's in the mud, and here we get after it now, and it just is one of those deals. And I feel like a lot of people have also entered from that same space as well.
I think that's what's driving it. Like
they didn't have to.
Yeah, there's no reason to be anti-Shadore to this point.
I feel like it was almost like is there some obligation that they have to choose, as if it's a binary thing, a yes or a no, and you really don't have to. You can like him like I do, or you can just say, okay, I guess we'll let this one play out. You don't have to go to the anti-side of this.
All right, so this is, I think, a very good point. As a football player, I think Shadore I think he has more talent than a 5th-round pick. I do. I don't know that he's anything more than an average starter in the NFL. And that's an I don't know. So I think I'm more in on the person that Shadore and less in on
and that is
at football. I'm very much just prove it to me.
But that is part of it though, and I hate that how when we had Scott McLuhan on, for instance, he pointed to the similarities between Baker and Shadore, and the entire time I've been trying to figure out exactly what it is. Obviously, there's on-field reasons why I liked both of them, but I do think there's something to the idea that Scott got to, and people hate this because you can't quantify it, but there's intangibles that Shadore has that he possesses. There's things about Shadore that is you gravitate to that. Yes, that is a thing that he has, and a thing that I think does galvanize a locker room in a good way. And that's hard to quantify. That's also, by the way, very hard to have all of a sudden be realized and materialized in a week. One of the superpowers that someone like Shadore has is something that I think really starts to take place when he is the QB1 of a team, and he's not been that here.
So I think you said something about the people have become Shahaders, almost as if they're obliged to make a yes or no choice on Shadore. I don't want to be somebody who's making a choice, meaning like believing in the football player as opposed to the person, because of the noise around him. So I think I'm going to remain Switzerland, but I would like it on the record that if I'm ever forced to choose, if it gets there, which it might get there on Monday, y'all bastards keep pushing, and I will be part of the Shahive.
I wish you were coming on to the Shahive, but it's fine. I'm not really. No part of the Shahive was thinking we were accepting applications for new people to come in anyway today, okay? This is about, as far as accepting new members are concerned, not only did I think we're already at max capacity, I think this is about as down as our application process has been since the actual day that he went in the 5th round.
All right, so 216-474-0092.
We don't blame you from that perspective.
I'm being accused, I think it's just TB12 Forever is accusing me of blocking him on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube
We don't
chat.
even know how to do that.
I do know how to do it.
I don't even know how to do that.
I wouldn't block anyone. I would just ignore you. I don't block people. I block people on Twitter because it's Twitter, but on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, I feel like that's antithetical to the point of a YouTube channel.
Isn't he like a big commenter?
He is a big commenter.
Don't you want big commenters?
I would like them. He said
you've read some things from him before. That's how I know that he exists.
That's how did I know that he was saying that I blocked him? Well, because I read it in the chat there. How would I? I don't know. The YouTube chat was
what's your
moving
impressions?
along.
What's your impressions of the YouTube chat?
Moving along very well, and then some point in the 5 o'clock hour got very antsy in the pantsy.
Really?
Just very, very fighty, very.
What are they fighting over?
Just everything. I think everybody's at the end of the day, and I think they're just a little grumpy.
Well, I think it's hard because I do think I think there's a lot of excitement for watching Shadore, and I think that people like myself that just we want Sunday to go away, and we just want to just pretend it never happened, essentially. But the only way to do that is by playing another game and having him erase all those doubts. We don't have that for another 4 days.
Going to be a fun week. Now, we do have to point this out because
a lot of time left.
As we have a lot of time left, we got about 6 minutes to talk about something that I thought was a bit, and now I no longer think is a bit. There was a tweet. It was a picture of Bill Belichick supporting his 24-year-old girlfriend, still very much ick, who I think it gets ickier here, who competes in adult cheerleading competitions. Now, to be clear, we're not talking about like she's a cheerleader for...
like the University of Kentucky. No, not a thing.
Or the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
No. There are cheer competitions for fully grown adults where they assemble into troops and then they go compete against each other. And I will tell you, the relationship was already wildly problematic given that he's 50 years older than her. I think this somehow adds a level to it that I think I can't. Like, I kind of feel like Bill no longer should be allowed within 500 yards of a school. That's kind of how I feel about this.
All the way out on those two. Not that I was ever particularly in. Adult cheerleaders lose me. I don't understand it. And I'm the type of person, I'm like, I just like that people are active participants in life. I like that you have a hobby. Some things just aren't meant to be done as an adult. Adult cheerleading competitions?
Yeah, well, not just that.
You go state to state and you just you compete against people? What's going on here?
Well, not just that. They dress like you do in cheerleading competitions when you're in high school, down to the makeup and hairstyle.
And I get that. Like, you ever watch on Netflix the cheerleading show? Which I think was just called Cheerleaders.
I sure don't.
I liked it. It was good. Like, I have so much respect for them as athletes, and I like that. But there was also like Navarro Community College that was going through. You know what I mean? Like, that's still young enough people that are like, hey, this is something we like to do. It keeps us active. It's a spirit of competition. But at like 24 years old, or even people are 30 years old and are doing these adult cheerleading competitions, you just lose me. Yeah, I don't get it.
Actually, that's a great point. Is this a weirder look for him because he's dating a woman and then going and supporting her at these cheer competitions?
I take her less seriously as a person now.
Yeah, and I didn't take her all that seriously in the first place.
I kind of always wondered though, like because you saw the CBS News video that leaked out and how they had met and everything like that. You almost wondered if there really was something there that we just all were missing. Like in the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe I'm just not seeing it. Maybe she really is just incredibly this and that and that. I'm all the way out. all the way down, and not even being a prospect now.
Yeah, I think she's a full-blown weirdo.
I think so, too.
Now, in fairness, the dead giveaway was she's sleeping with a 74-year-old man.
That was the first sign?
At 24. Yeah, that should have been the first alarm bell. The next is that she's acting like a chatty drama queen from, like, sophomore year of high school in all of her interviews with everyone. Like, she's tweeting at Pablo Torre, "You're welcome," for him getting the top podcast rating. I don't even know who the hell it was. Like, the warning signs were there, but this is full-blown weirdo.
This is weirdo.
216-474-0092. We're going to try and move this to we're judging Jordan Hudson.
No, I hate this because I like people that have hobbies. I think, and I really try not to judge people's hobbies, mainly because mine's golf. So I really try not to judge people's hobbies, but this is weird.
I think we got to, if you are an adult that partakes in adult cheerleading competitions, we're going to try and approach, this isn't like Electrolyte Tuesday. We're going to try and approach this from an open mind standpoint.
Some things are weird. You go to furry conventions, it is a little weird. We can just acknowledge the weirdness of it, right?
I don't think furry's just something you're into. That's something to do with, like, I don't think people choose to be a furry.
Look at the defender of furries over here,
I just think I'm a big fan of the TCU quarterback.
Josh Hoover. What a defense.
Josh Hoover. Thank you very much.
That's what I said.
I thought you said John Hoover.
No, not at all.
That was disrespectful.
I would never do that to Josh.
Now, but so, like, yeah, but that's something you're just into in the bedroom. That's different than I'm an adult who goes and acts like I'm still
in the bedroom. They still go to conventions and such.
Well, no, but all
right. So is this on the level of, like, if you started like an adult football league at like 30 to just play around?
Yes, dudes that play tackle football at 37.
That is, like, clearly meant to be like, hey, past high school, past high school, maybe go to college and play at a D3 or something like that. But past that, you probably just have to hang it up.
Yeah, guys, the CTE is not worth it. Like in the NFL, if you play to your 37 and you have cognitive issues, there's a financial reward for that. If you're 37 and you give yourself, post-concussion syndrome because you're just bored with life, I gotta say, I think that's problematic. Mac?
I've seen some YouTube shorts recently, too, of, like, people will put, like, GoPros on their helmets, and it's a 38U league. And it's guys that'll pop up and immediately they'll start trash talking the other team and everything like that. And I'm just like, there's nobody here. What are you doing this for?
Yeah. Personal pride, which feels oxymoronic in this kind of situation. But even then, I at least understand. No, it's actually the same thing. Now that I think about it, it's the same thing.
Same thing.
It is, I was cool in high school and this was my peak. So now I'm going to do it 20 years later. And again, I can't say this enough. Playing tackle football in your late 30s or doing cheerleading competitions in your mid-20s when there's no financial upside to it long term just feels like you just would really like to put back on the Letterman's jacket and, be popular one more time.
This can't be how Bill envisioned his later years.
I think he really likes it.
I refuse to believe it.
You think Bill was sleeping with cheerleaders in high school? That dude, look at that dude. This is. I think the cheerleader thing makes it even better for him now.
You think he was like, hey, maybe we should do these competitions? Maybe you put on that outfit and then you go do some competitions.
I don't know if he
maybe the spin here is that this is Bill induced to begin with the whole time.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if that is,
we went from pathetic to him just living out his dreams.
I think we're back to the furry thing. We're just living out our kinks. 216-474-0092. Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend, does adult cheerleading competitions. Charming or Chotch? In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PJ Glassrose, sending in here, and I'll be beat the books for the BetMGM Network. Top 5 matchups.
for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Ashley Bastock, the person who put Electrolyte Tuesday basically into existence. Let us know that the Browns rookies are a bunch of nerds. Ashley joined us at 3:20. John Fanta, Strong Stuff, NBC Sports at 4 o'clock, and then Ross Tucker at 5:20. Big thanks to all of our guests today. Great stuff out of them. As always, guys, we do have the preview show coming up in about 15 minutes. You're going to want to stay tuned to that one. And, of course, the night show overtime after that. Let's go ahead and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, hot topic of conversation over the past few days has been a convo in the NBA for a couple years now. With all these stars getting injured, Giannis is now injured, Wemby is injured. According to ESPN research, the league is playing at its fastest average collective pace since the 1989 season. Players have combined to travel 34.3 miles per game, and Steve Kerr got a chance to speak about this. And this is something Steve Kerr, again, he's been on this for a long time, it feels like, but he's pretty vocal here. Here we go.
I'm very concerned. It's dramatic. The pace difference is dramatic. I think across the league, everybody understands now that it's just easier to score if you can beat the opponent down the floor, get out in transition. But when everybody's doing that, the games are much higher paced, faster paced, and then everyone has to cover out to 25 feet because everybody can shoot threes. So we have all the data. Players are running faster and further than ever before. We're trying to do the best we can to protect them, but it's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's the wear and tear injuries, Nick, and it's interesting how Steve Kerr acknowledges the idea that they're not going to make any changes to this. He's been clamoring and wanting a 72-game, and sometimes he has gone as far as saying it should be a 60-game NBA schedule with how fast these guys are playing and the rate that they're playing, but these wear and tear injuries aren't going away, and in no business do they ever be like, oh, we're going to care more about the employee now. It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, with love and respect to Steve Kerr, I've never heard the guy not bitch about the NBA schedule. So every time I hear him say it, I just I'm tone deaf to it. Just all he ever talks about, and it's like no one cares.
He's gone so into that, though, that I find it so fascinating that he's not relenting on this. He acknowledges in it how it's like it's not going to change anything, but like, why is this the one you go on? I think it's because of all the data that he's looking at and everything that they tell him that like these injuries to these players are preventative, but the only way to prevent them is to not do as much.
I think with respect to Steve, I think Steve is very smart about being player friendly and taking player friendly stances. He should, by the way. He's in a league where the stars run the league and there's a lot of power, so don't rock the boat on anything unnecessary. I'll be honest with you. I get why the injuries are the way they are, pacing and all this other stuff. Yeah, find a way. Make it work. Because the way to make it work isn't take it to 60 games because you're not going to accept less money. I think that's the thing. If players were willing to say, hey, instead of making $50 million a year for 82 games, the max contract's now $32 million for 60 games. That's not one-for-one math, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're willing to take a 25% pay cut for the max contract for everybody across the board, and you'll play 25% less basketball, sure, we can have that conversation.
Yeah, again, which nobody is. What I find interesting out of this, though, is we've tied so many of these after the season awards to whether or not you can play X amount of games. Like Wemby, for instance. Wemby should win the next, 10 Defensive Player of the Year awards. He's probably, after this injury, once again, not going to even be in consideration for it because he won't have enough games. So, like, how we look at that relative to whether are you load managing or do you actually have injuries, I think is something we can kind of maybe look at.
Also, Wemby dogging Draymond Green the other night was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I think we're about, because there's cycles with Draymond. I think we're about on another.
Cycles with Draymond.
No, remember, like this was one of them was him punching out his teammate Jordan Poole, I think we're
Welcome to
about
the
to
pool
have. I think we're about to have a slippage again with another crash out with.
I mean, in the past week, we've seen him get in an argument with a fan, and then also have this back and forth with Wemby, where then Wemby dunked on him, and it was awesome. And then Draymond celebrated a box out, which was also very weird. So, like, maybe we're in the middle of it. We might just be in the middle of it.
I think we are. Dabo Sweeney, remember him? Is under fire in the midst of a 5-5 season, but he's not budging on making big changes to his program.
As long as a kid does what he's supposed to do here, he's going to have an opportunity to graduate from Clemson. It's going to always be that way as long as I'm going to be the head coach. Kid comes to Clemson, he's a good kid. If he's not a good enough player, that's on us. As long as he goes to class, he's a great effort guy. He's a good citizen. It's till graduation do we part. That's just the way it is. And again, we've led the nation in graduation too the last 3 years.
We are the nation of graduation. All right, so basically what he's saying is if a kid's not living up to it on the football field, we're not going to kick him out of the football program, basically transfer him to an academic scholarship, and then bring in a better football player in his place, which is very admirable.
Yes, it is.
It's also not realistic in 2025.
I mean, you only have so many scholarship spots, and so that's where this becomes really hard. I like it. I had something very similar happen to myself in college, where my coach was just like, he was like, I had one season where I bowled, and then I got injured for season 2, and at that point, somewhere in between season 1 and 2, I just realized I want to do radio more, and I went to him and I said, "Listen, if you want me to, I'll come to the practices, I'll do all this stuff, but I want to do radio more. Like, I care about this more. That's my future. I'm not going to go to the PBA. Like, this is what I want to do." And his focus was, "I want you to graduate." And his focus was, I'm not the only person he did this for either. He was like, what you're going to do, you don't have to go to anything, you don't have to show up to anything, I'll mark you as there, and you'll keep your scholarship. You just, you graduate, though. Your deal is you got to graduate.
They didn't win a lot of bowling matches, though?
No, they won a national title while I was there and everything. Like, they did it. It was good. But, I always respected that, because that idea, your life changes. And, especially for some of these football players, I don't know, maybe they want to focus on what happens after college in many ways. And so, I don't know. I had great respect for the guy that helped me out that way, so I can't hate on this.
I think it does show that Dabo is a mighty fine human being, which I've never actually doubted. He's and Dustin's talked about it before on the station. I know from being somewhat close to it in Charlotte. He's a good dude. Here's the thing: when you say, "Hey, we're not going to kick these guys out of the program," if you're going 5-5, it means you've got better scholastic athletes than you do actual athletes. So it's not really an indictment on the kids. It's an indictment on your ability to bring in the right players and win.
Yeah, and that's a fair response to that. I feel like many ways that's kind of what he was owning up to right there, though, right? Like that idea of listen, we brought you in because we think you have a skill set. If we don't get you to that skill set, that's on us. That's our fault, and we're not going to hold you responsible for that.
Just good luck staying another 4 years at Clemson while you turn out the great educated, but maybe not the best.
He
football
might
players.
be trying a little too hard to be too good of a person in a lot of this stuff, and I guess I just respect it, but it doesn't mean he's going to win a lot of games doing it.
All right. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And that new Lifehouse album is just, the best you've done to this point. All right? Faith plus one, buddy. Listen to it all the time. Want to say a big thanks to Jake Murrin, doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, doing the Lord's work producing. As always, guys, don't forget, if you missed anything of today's show, you can always watch the whole show back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to hit like. Don't forget to hit subscribe on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Ring that bell. Big thanks to Meredith Kane and Matt Corelli, doing the 2020s and doing the Lord's work there. Paddle that fanny. JP?
Paddle that fanny.
Guys, I showed up to Electrolyte Tuesday, and Jonathan had alcohol.
Is he going to tell on me? Is that what that is?
Oh, Corrali would snitch on you.
I love Dylan
in
Gabriel
a heartbeat.
Kicking Mason Graham out for having actual alcohol in the group.
He had peach schnapps. Not in my Electrolyte Tuesday.
Goodbye, everyone.
See you, bud.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Shadore Sanders will start this Sunday for the Browns up against the Raiders.